The Bills gearing up for their matchup with the Houston Texans tomorrow night for Thursday Night Football. The injury report hasn't necessarily gotten any shorter on the limited participant front, with 11 players on the short week. And McCole Hardman with a calf injury, Dalton Kincaid with a hamstring injury, Curtis Samuel with an elbow and neck injury, along with Khalil Shakir for personal reasons, did not practice in yesterday's practice. For Houston, after being a limited participant in the estimated practice report yesterday, Nico Collins with an ankle injury practiced in full on Tuesday, and Texans coach DeMeco Ryans said C.J. Stroud with a concussion will not play tomorrow night. Davis Mills will get the start. That's your Barnes Firm injury report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres get ready for their matchup with the Calgary Flames tonight with a 7:30 puck drop from KeyBank Center. They look to start a win streak after back-to-back wins against Detroit and Edmonton. News on the injury front, Lindy Ruff provided an update on defenseman Michael Kesselring, who left the Sabres 5-4 overtime victory in Detroit on Saturday early in the third period, saying he will be out for an extended period of time for weeks. Around the NFL, the Browns doing their best not to play rookie Shedeur Sanders at quarterback. Kevin Stefanski said Dylan Gabriel will start Week 12 if he clears the league's concussion protocol. NFL hearing officer Jordy Nelson upheld Jamar Chase's one-game suspension after he tried to appeal it yesterday. And Will Howard could be getting his start for the Steelers. Mike Tomlin said, quote, "We'll see where the week goes," when asked about Will Howard getting first-team reps in practice. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Come with me, and you'll be in a world of...
Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
Underrated candies. Ready? Go.
The suspense is terrible. He's gonna go this time. I hope it'll last.
Butterfinger underrated. Even though it's not like people don't know about it, people just forget how good it is.
It's fine.
When you eat one, you're like, whoa, Butterfinger.
I don't go, whoa. I'm like, oh, good. It's a Butterfinger.
I mean, you don't even like Reese's Cups.
Not at room temperature.
I'm a trifle deaf in this ear. Speak a little louder next time.
They're better than Tootsie Rolls.
Joe, I have this Reese's Cup for you. It's 52 degrees. Oh, that's not room temperature.
That's close. That's
All right.
closer.
What is room temp? 67? I want to know the no-go temperature range for you on a Reese Cup.
50. It's got to be below 50.
I just pictured Joe, by the way.
Below 50.
Where you go to his house.
Yeah.
He's got the Reese's Cups out on a platter, and there's like a meat thermometer.
Yeah, I got a meat thermometer, yeah.
There's a meat thermometer.
Absolutely.
48. Perfect.
Yes.
Too cold. Far too cold.
Melted jelly beans. They were awesome.
There's no way.
Hot jelly beans.
Good day, sir.
Melt some jelly beans.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
It is candy season, right? There's two candy seasons. Halloween through Christmas, and then Valentine's, Easter. Although that doesn't feel like much of a season. That's just like Valentine's is a day. Easter, there's candy, but Halloween to Christmas is candy season.
The difference is that right now you still you might have like Halloween leftover candy that lasts more than a month.
Yeah, I have a ton.
And that carries right into Thanksgiving, where you don't have leftover Valentine's Day candy very often.
That's right.
Not for a long period of time, at least.
We have so much Halloween candy left over. The thing about kids that are 4 and their attention span is that they don't know that they still have a giant bag of candy. So, I mean, if I just want to dip into that every night, they're never going to know.
They don't know, like, where do they keep it? Or where do you keep it?
Where they can't get it all the time.
Right, which makes sense.
I mean, Halloween for them might as well have been a year ago.
So when's the last time they've asked for it or gone into it?
The day after Halloween.
Really?
Oh, yeah. It's
wow. They got no clue?
Nothing. I mean, they'll ask for some sort of candy daily.
Don't you have some responsibility to remind them that they have it? They worked hard for that candy.
Yeah, I feel like I worked hard. They earned it. I worked harder for the candy. They walked around. We got them costumes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I have a responsibility to not let them have
just
access
imagine
to the candy.
if they were to find out at a later date that you've been eating, you've eaten all their candy, that it did exist and now it's gone.
It's still there. I haven't eaten a lot of it. It's just kind of there. We could give it out for next Halloween. Re-gifting it.
I don't know if it lasts that long.
That's a good question. It probably depends on
Is there an expiration date on that?
Presumably there would be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, we have some candy left.
Put it out for Christmas.
Usually for candy, I tell my wife, I'm like, if you're going to bring anything in this house, you need to hide it.
What you should do Right.
Because I don't want to know where it is.
Right. What you should do is you should take their Halloween candy, you should wrap it and give it to them for Christmas.
Ooh.
There you go. Big bag of candy for Christmas.
Not a bad idea.
They don't even know that they earned it themselves.
Yeah. I might work on that. Although it is kind of weird to give them some Halloween candy is Halloween themed. Like if you gave them a Reese's pumpkin, hey, Merry Christmas. Like,
here's a pumpkin.
You're not allowed to do that.
Right.
It's not seasonal. Hey, everybody, good morning. It's Wednesday. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. And it's going to be nice this week. Maybe 50 on Friday. I have a tentative golf round on the schedule.
Like a real one?
Yeah.
Come on.
Outside. Outside maybe play. Oh, and give me a look like where are we going?
Yeah, where is this at? What day is this at?
Tomorrow.
45 and sunny?
Uh-huh.
You're going?
I mean, it's tentative.
Right.
It's tentative. I was asked.
That can't be an enjoyable
I
round.
showed the same level of disbelief you did when the invite came. I said, outside? Yeah.
Outside.
All right. Maybe we'll give it a rip.
Huh. Friday's going to be 49.
Yeah, maybe into the 50s, according to Aaron Menkowski on BEN on my drive-in. So it's getting nice outside. That's good. The Bills, of course, play tomorrow night. And if you are someone that can watch games outdoors on a patio, might be a nice patio night for that. A little chilly, but you know.
You're going to watch the game in the backyard tomorrow?
I think that might be on the table, yeah. Yeah, bundle up, go outside and watch it on the back patio. Yeah, I think it's in the mix. So anyway, we've got lots to get to. Sal Capaccio at 7 o'clock. Joe Marino, the Locked On Bills podcast at 8 o'clock. And I think a Houston guest somewhere. We're
a surprise Houston guest.
We've agreed to the framework of a deal. I'm going on a Houston station later today, and I texted and said, like, how about this morning? And we're working through the finer details.
Okay.
Look for Adam Schefter to post sometime today with the official Texans guest at 7:30 or Texans guest at 9. So hopefully we get a Texans guest today. We're hunting that down. And other than that, you know,
they are in a central time zone.
That's right.
There is the 1 hour difference.
That's right. So when I sent the text at 5 o'clock this morning,
they're not awake.
Which was going to be when they wake up, they'll see it. I got a response right away. Like, oh,
really?
All right, so,
I would not feel comfortable if I had gotten a response right away to somebody that was getting the text at 4 o'clock in the morning their time.
They're morning hosts. They're up.
Okay,
that's it. They're up.
We're sure. When's their show start?
6.
6?
7 our time, 6
I guess
their time.
I would be worried if they text me back immediately and it's that early in the morning. I've just woken them up.
No.
Their
technology
their
exists.
phone was not on silent.
That's on them.
This jerk texted them at 4 o'clock in the morning. Now they're awake.
That's on them. Society has reached a place where you can text at any time. If you don't want texts, you can not only silence them, you can leave certain contexts on as urgent.
That's right.
Technology exists where texting is allowed at any time of the day.
You are right that in many ways it is on that person. I mean, but for the most part, I won't text a group chat before 7 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, I don't
because the odds that everybody's buttoned up on this and has it set that their phone's on silent or do not disturb. Like, if I'm in a group chat with 12 people, one of them has that phone on the ringer, and I'm waking them up. So I tend not to text before 7 o'clock in the morning, no matter what. But I do think you're right in that, if I did text somebody, it would be more on them than it would be on me.
Yeah. You can text me at 3 a.m. Don't expect me to see it.
It's residual, though, from, the universal rule that you would never call somebody after, 10 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
That was forever.
Well, do you have this with some of your friends where the phone rings and you look at it and you answer and say, why are you calling me? A call usually means something serious has happened, or...
yes.
There are 2 reasons to call somebody. 1, it's serious. 2, it's short and sweet, and it would just take too long to text, so you just want to say it in less than a minute.
Yes. I had a friend who never calls, it's a texter, as most are. And while I was in Florida, I was at dinner with my mom and wife and brother, and he FaceTimed me. And I'm thinking, FaceTiming me? What is it? Is this? Because you're not FaceTiming someone in an emergency. It's probably a butt dial. right?
Maybe.
But I answered it like, what is this?
It's like butt dial or drinking or is standing next to Joey Chestnut and wants to prove it to you.
Right.
Like the FaceTime is look who's here.
Right. So he FaceTimed me, and I'm like, I realized it's not a mistake. He's like, yo, you were at dinner? Give me 20 seconds. And he literally just wanted to show me that he had ordered online a Buffalo Sabres jersey, and they had sent him the wrong jersey by mistake. And it was a Saquon Barkley Eagles jersey. Like, it just could not have been closer to what further away from what he had actually ordered. Like, do I get to keep the Barkley jersey now? Do I have to send it back?
FaceTime worthy.
So it was yes.
At dinner?
FaceTime worthy.
Did the table agree?
Yes.
Okay.
It was only 20 seconds.
That's true.
So, yeah, it was a good interruption, I would say.
There it is. Like I said, a phone call is either very serious or give me it one quick minute. I got to show you something.
Yes,
I got to tell you
exactly.
something. Anyway, 803-0550 is our phone number. And 1-888-552-550. Bills and Texans.
The
Looks
Texans.
like it'll be...
It's gonna be Davis Mills.
It'll be Davis Mills.
I think there is way too much going on right now of, it's better that Davis Mills is in the game than C.J. Stroud.
For the Texans?
For the Texans. I mean, he was really good in the Jacksonville second half 2 weeks ago, where they roared back. They scored 36 on the Jags defense. They were down big in that game. But looking through what a lot of last week was, like, he was taking sacks, and they were not really moving the ball that consistently on offense. Like 16 points, a bunch of punts, turnover on downs. They didn't score a touchdown against Tennessee. So I'm not saying he's terrible and that Stroud was great, but I do not think that this was kind of what we were doing with Carolina, wasn't it?
When Dalton went in?
Dalton went in,
Yeah.
and it was...
he's more dangerous.
And that actually didn't end up coming to fruition anyway.
Not at all.
And I don't think this is going to be one of those cases. I'm not scared of Davis Mills in the slightest.
No, I saw one thing that Mills is doing well. So he went in the Bronco game?
Yes, right, because Stroud went out immediately with a concussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then...
He only threw... No, he did. He ended up throwing 30 passes in that game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that Davis Mills has done, and I saw this is more of a fantasy point, but again, like fantasy football is about scoring points, and offenses score points.
Yeah.
One thing Davis Mills has done is hooked up well with Nico Collins.
That he is doing.
If you have Nico Collins and you think, oh no, his starting quarterback is out, it's not been a problem. Since Davis Mills went in, 7 for 75, 7 for 136, 9 for 92, and a touchdown.
Right.
So he's getting...
Right, correction, by the way. They scored the one touchdown against Tennessee last week.
Yes.
Because it was Collins.
So he's getting his number one receiver going, and maybe it's as simple as that sometimes when you're the backup. Like, I'm just going to throw it to the guy that's awesome. Who else do they have over there, right? Like, it's a wide receiver core that at one point was flush, and the injuries just kind of ripped it apart really fast. I mean, Diggs got hurt last year and then left. Tank Dell, who is awesome, suffered that horrific knee injury, and he's been gone forever.
Yep.
So it's Collins and a couple of rookies. They drafted Jaden Higgins and Jalen Knoll, right? Out of
Xavier Hutchinson's another one, yeah.
So their receiver core is Collins and some guys.
Yeah.
And, I mean, even John Mechie's gone, right? He was there and then got traded. So,
yep. And they can't block.
Nope, that's right.
And they can't run the ball.
Their line's a mess. Their offense is kind of not great, but that's one thing that's working. So if you're the Bills, if you can take away Nico Collins, you might just be good to go. Because
that's pretty much
it.
And
Collins, of course, is the guy that beat them last time they were down there.
Right.
Like a 75-yard touchdown. And a game that they lose. Right. Cole Bishop's baptism by fire in the NFL. It's not the same Bishop, so...
Bishop's revenge.
Can I call it a revenge game?
Bishop's revenge. I think so. It's
Cole Bishop revenge game.
The place where he was remembered for one play last year.
Mm-hmm.
That it was that game. He played more than that. He actually started both Baltimore games last year, but it doesn't really get remembered much because there was that one glaring mistake that he made. Remember, Collins got hurt on that play too. Like, pulled up with his hamstring.
That's right.
It was the Ty Johnson celebration, except he actually was injured. So that is absolutely how I think of them. If you stop Collins in this game, you either double team him or you bracket him throughout the entirety of the game. Make the rest of it beat you, because the rest of it is a bad offense the whole way around, which is amazing because I liked them as a potential Super Bowl level team last year. They had everything. We thought they had everything. They had all the weapons. They had Mixon in the run game. They're definitely missing him this year. They had a good defense. They had a great pass rush. And the injuries played into it. And I think they are a bit of a lesson that you don't maybe have to have the best offensive line in the league, but you cannot have the worst. Because that got in their way a lot last year, and it certainly is getting in their way a lot right now. Like, I wonder what it's like being in Houston right now, trying to evaluate C.J. Stroud and figure out, like, is this the guy?
Right.
We're going to pay him? He was amazing in year one, and it hasn't looked good since. I would feel so uncomfortable pretending to know what I have there when he's just always under duress. And maybe if Mills plays well, that'll actually be a worse look for Stroud. And again, it's been more up and down since he went in, but I wouldn't know what to do with the season if I'm a Texans fan. Like, do I indict Stroud for how bad the offense has been? He's got one receiver and nothing else. Constantly being hit, constantly under pressure. I don't know. Like, I would almost be willing to give him a pass if I were there.
How do you feel about the coach? That's part of what I would wonder. Or the GM. What you've built is a great defense. Their defense
amazing.
Their defense, I was thinking about the AFC in the context of the AFC. You know, sometimes we want the Bills' defense to pass a test of stopping the Chiefs or stop the Colts. You know, show me you can stop a great offense, and I'll believe you can win the Super Bowl. Here's one where can you beat a great defense? Because along the way, the Bills might run into 2 or 3 other defenses as good as Houston's. If you're looking at the best defenses in football, it's Houston, it's Denver, and it's probably the Rams. Those are the 3 that I think are pretty much, by all measures, really great defenses. Seattle's in the mix, too.
Yep.
But you only get to play one NFC team. So the rest of the season, the toughest test, and maybe you throw Philly in there, too. Philly's got a good defense. But the toughest test for the Bills is this one in the regular season defensively. Can they get points on Houston?
Yeah.
And then in the playoffs, like, all right, well, can you do it to Denver? They did last year. Denver had a great defense last year, and they put up 41 in the playoff game.
Yep.
So that's what I use this game for, is how do they look against this Houston defense and this Houston pass rush, which Allen has struggled this year under pressure. It's the first time, really, we start to worry about him under pressure. I bet he's under pressure tomorrow night. Like, it's going to be chaos in the backfield. And what will they do to kind of offset that? We'll see. Joe Brady and Josh Allen had answers against the Bucs. He got blitzed, and he killed them. So whether it's the blitz, whether it's a 4-man rush, a 3-man rush, Houston's the kind of team that can just rush 4 and be fine.
Yeah.
They do that all the time. They sometimes drop 8. And we'll see this Bills offense if they're up to the challenge. 803-0550 is our number, in 1-888-550-2550 if you want to join us on your expectations. How's everybody feeling about the division right now? Are you doing the math? Are you feeling it's inevitable? The Chase absence, the amount of reaction I saw online about that, the Jamar Chase suspension, and how New England's going to get lucky again.
They got upheld, that suspension?
It did.
Oh. The appeal didn't work?
No, they looked at the video and they said, like, but dude, that's you spitting on him, so appeal denied.
He really should have got an extra game suspension just for appealing.
That's right.
Like, this is ridiculous. You're wasting everyone's time. You're missing 2 games.
It should be like the offside challenge, an unsuccessful challenge.
Yes. You get a 2-minute penalty.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Or half a game.
The Chase absence, I feel like the Bengals have no shot without him.
Did you feel like they had a shot with him?
A little bit. Like, you get Flacco and Chase and Higgins in a game, and you can get some dumb things. Yeah. And, like, hey, is New England's defense really actually good? Do we know? Milton Williams now, right? Like, how good is it? And when you've got those 3 all together, even Flacco instead of Burrow, I feel like there's a shot for a game to get stupid and a game to go back and forth, and you get a high-scoring affair. I think Drake May could probably keep up pretty easily with the Bengals' defense. But maybe you get a 38-35 game that goes the way of the Bengals.
Yep. Their last 2 games have been that. Their last 3 games prior to losing to Steelers. Like, they beat the Steelers 33-31. They lost to the Jets.
Right.
39-38. They lost to the Bears 47-42.
Like, kind of like the last time the Bengals played the Steelers a little bit. Like 33-31.
Yep.
You know, like, and Flacco goes off.
And some chaos.
And what happened in that game? Jamar Chase had 16 catches on 23 targets. Like, part of the only thing they kind of have to go on with Flacco in there is Flacco's going to throw the ball to Chase. And he can still do that to Higgins, but it just doesn't feel like it's the same. So, yeah, I did feel like they had a shot. And without him, I don't know. I don't think it's there. It's a lot easier, I think, to stop a game from getting stupid like that when you've only got to cover one guy, and the one guy is really good, but he is not Jamar Chase. And now Andre Yoshivas becomes their number 2 wide receiver. It's not the same.
Right.
So I would be stunned if Cincinnati can beat them without Chase and Burrow and Hendrickson.
Well, let me ask you this. If the Bills win the division, which reason is it? Is it because the Bills run the table? Or is it because the Patriots suffer a loss that they shouldn't? Because is that the shortest way to say it?
Yes. Because one of the two, it's got to be one of the two.
If the Bills lose one game anywhere, then the Patriots, well, I guess it depends. If you lose to the Bills as their one, you still need them to lose to Baltimore, and the Bills have to run the table.
Right.
If they lose to someone else and beat the Bills, it's basically over. Like I guess, what part of it do you feel like is most likely to happen? Will the Bills hold up their end of it?
Yeah, I think it's really tough to expect them to go the rest of the way and win every game. I mean, they don't play the toughest schedule in the world, but you got Philly in there, you got New England in there. Houston's defense is really good. Pittsburgh leads the league in points off turnovers. Like, they'll get some stupid play that goes their way. So I think they could do it, but I'd be really, really surprised. The Tampa game gives me a lot of confidence, but this team this year has looked like a team, and they have done this, that can drop a stupid game.
Yeah.
Let alone
They've got 2 of those.
You find a way to lose to Philly. That happens to a lot of people. You lose at New England with the Patriots having a bye. Like, that wouldn't be the most stunning thing in the world. So to me, even though I don't know that they're going to do it, I think the New England part of it is more likely. They let you back in. And it's, the defense, or it's, their run game actually isn't that great, or maybe they get one too many injuries that they can't overcome because they're not as deep of a roster. I think the New England part is more likely. Like, could they lose to the Giants next week on Monday Night Football? That could happen. Could they lose to Miami in the final game of the season? I think that could actually happen. So there's a couple. I don't think they can lose to the Jets, and I don't really feel like they can lose to the Bengals. But could they lose one of those other two, Giants and Dolphins? I feel like yes. That's more likely than the Bills. The Bills would have to go, what's left, 7 games? 7-0?
Yeah.
Do they look like a team that's going to rattle off 7 in a row?
I mean, if you ask me, the team that played Tampa looks like they're going to go 17-0.
I know, but are they the team that just played Tampa? I need to see that more than one time to assume they're the team that just... If they do that to Houston, I'm going to really... Like, if the offense does the defense, not, hey, the Davis Mills-led Texans offense couldn't do anything, and you had an all-right day on offense, and you won 20-13. I'd take that right now, because I would take any win with the race being what it is. But that's not the same as... While their offense looked like that again, and they did it against the number 1 defense in the league, this could be a run starting right here.
If the Bills run the table, the Patriots need to lose to more than just Baltimore. It would need to be...
And the Bills.
Yeah.
So they need to lose to the Bills, the Ravens, and one
else.
other.
So which is...
With the Bills running the table?
Yes.
I just don't think the division is very live.
It's a tall task.
It would be...
Plugging in the numbers that the New York Times playoff machine, that's it. You run the table, they win. Other than they can still lose to Baltimore and be okay. That's what the Dolphins loss did. Was give them that.
It's a critical loss.
Yep.
I don't want to do the thing that I've seen a little of too, which is, well, they were this far back a couple of years ago and they found their way to a win, or they found their way to do it.
That's right.
Because that's kind of the situation, the scenario you just laid out. Like, the Bills ran the table that year, didn't they?
And the Miami Dolphins lost a stupid one
to Will Levis.
Which, by the way,
getting both of those things to happen is really tough.
Can I tell you, I saw Will Levis's name yesterday, and do you want to know why?
No.
Because with Brian Callahan...
Did he put mayo in his coffee again?
With Brian Callahan getting fired, all of a sudden there's a little bit of a... Maybe there's something in there with Will Levis, right? I mean, his coach is bad.
No.
Listen, I don't want America to
Tennessee.
give up. You can't give up on Will Levis, America. Give him
America can't give up on Tennessee or on Will Levis. Tennessee should give up on Will Levis. Let somebody else have the fun of he could throw a 50-yard touchdown or throw the ball over the back of his head.
You let me know when you are ready for Let's Get Stupid. Will Levis, backup Bills quarterback.
I mean, the greatest screenshot in NFL history is him with his hands on his head, on his knees, as a player is returning one of his interceptions.
Maybe that's Brian Callahan's fault. Coach him up, kid. Coach him up. 803-0550. We'll get to your calls on the other side. I want to ask you about that division question. I also want to ask you about a best-case scenario for Keon Coleman. It's Bills-Texans tomorrow night. It's a short week. So, Jesse will get your call on the other side. Anybody else wants to jump in? 803-0550 here on WGR. Bills and Texans looks like it'll be.
It's gonna be Davis Mills.
It'll be Davis Mills.
I think there is way too much going on right now. It's better that Davis Mills is in the game than C.J. Stroud
for the Texans.
For the Texans, I mean, he was really good in the Jacksonville second half 2 weeks ago, where they roared back. They scored 36 on the Jags defense. They were down big in that game, but. Looking through what a lot of last week was, he was taking sacks, and they were not really moving the ball that consistently on offense. 16 points, a bunch of punts, turnover on downs. They didn't score a touchdown against Tennessee. So I'm not saying he's terrible and that Stroud was great, but I do not think that this was kind of what we were doing with Carolina, wasn't it?
When Dalton went in?
Dalton went in.
Yeah. It's he's more dangerous.
And that actually didn't end up coming to fruition anyway.
Not at all.
And I don't think this is going to be one of those cases. I'm not scared of Davis Mills in the slightest.
No, I saw one thing that Mills is doing well. So he went in the Bronco game? Yes, right, because Stroud went out immediately with a concussion. Okay.
Yeah.
And then...
He only threw... No, he did. He ended up throwing 30 passes in that game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that Davis Mills has done, and I saw this is more of a fantasy point, but again, fantasy football is about scoring points, and offenses score points.
Yeah.
One thing Davis Mills has done is hooked up well with Nico Collins.
That he is doing.
If you have Nico Collins and you think, oh no, his starting quarterback is out, it's not been a problem. Since Davis Mills went in, 7 for 75, 7 for 136, 9 for 92, and a touchdown.
Right.
So he's getting...
Right, correction, by the way. They scored the one touchdown against Tennessee last week.
Yes.
Because it was Collins.
So he's getting his number one receiver going, and maybe it's as simple as that sometimes when you're the backup. I'm just going to throw it to the guy that's awesome. Let me ask you this. If the Bills win the division, which reason is it? Is it because the Bills run the table? Or is it because the Patriots suffer a loss that they shouldn't? Because is that the shortest way to say it?
Yes. Because one of the two, it's got to be one of the two.
If the Bills lose one game anywhere, then the Patriots, well, I guess it depends. If you lose to the Bills as their one, you still need them to lose to Baltimore, and the Bills have to run the table.
Right.
If they lose to someone else and beat the Bills, it's basically over. I guess, what part of it do you feel like is most likely to happen? Will the Bills hold up their end of it?
Yeah. I think it's really tough to expect them to go the rest of the way and win every game. I mean, they don't play the toughest schedule in the world, but you got Philly in there. You got New England in there. Houston's defense is really good. Pittsburgh leads the league in points off turnovers. Like they'll get some stupid play that goes their way. So I think they could do it, but I'd be really, really surprised. The Tampa game gives me a lot of confidence, but this team this year has looked like a team, and they have done this, that can drop a stupid game.
Yeah.
Let alone
they've got 2 of those.
You find a way to lose to Philly. That happens to a lot of people. You lose at New England with the Patriots having a bye. Like that wouldn't be the most stunning thing in the world. So to me, even though I don't know that they're going to do it, I think the New England part of it's more likely. They let you back in, and it's the defense, or it's their run game actually isn't that great, or maybe they get one too many injuries that they can't overcome because they're not as deep of a roster. I think the New England part is more likely. Like, could they lose to the Giants next week on Monday Night Football? That could happen.
Could
they lose to Miami in the final game of the season? I think that could actually happen. So there's a couple. I don't think they can lose to the Jets, and I don't really feel like they can lose to the Bengals. But could they lose one of those other 2, Giants and Dolphins? I feel like yes.
The Bills gearing up for their matchup with the Houston Texans tomorrow night for Thursday Night Football. The injury report hasn't necessarily gotten any shorter on the limited participant front, with 11 players on the list on the short week. And Mecole Hardman with a calf injury, Dalton Kincaid with a hamstring injury, Curtis Samuel dealing with an elbow and neck injury, and Khalil Shakir, for personal reasons, did not participate in yesterday's practice. For Houston, after being a limited participant in the estimated practice report yesterday, Nico Collins with an ankle injury practiced in full. Texans coach D'Amico Ryan said C.J. Stroud with a concussion will not play tomorrow night. Davis Mills will get the start. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres get ready for their matchup with Calgary tonight with a 7:30 puck drop from KeyBank Center. They look to start a win streak after back-to-back wins against Detroit and Edmonton. News on the injury front. Lindy Ruff provided an update on defenseman Michael Kesselring, who left the Sabres 5-4 overtime victory over Detroit on Saturday early in the third period, saying he will be out for an extended period of time, for weeks. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I got beat up that game. Didn't play well at all. Watching that film, there's a lot of good stuff to watch from that film, but it's hard to watch. I played pretty badly. So, yeah, hopefully we can go out there and play a little bit better and move the ball a little bit better. But, again, this defense is no easy task to go against, and it's going to take everything that we got from everybody on the field.
Josh Allen, quick correction, like I was punching in all the scenarios. The Bills run the table. New England loses to the Bills, and then one more game, and that's that. Bills win the division. With 3 losses, New England would have their 4th loss. So sorry for complicating that. As you know, if you listen to the show somewhat regularly, anything that happens before 7 a.m. does not count.
Correct. Yes.
That is a rule. That is for callers, too. You are allowed to make mistakes also. Any mistake before 7 a.m. does not count. I think that actually works out in society, everywhere you go.
So they run the table, and it's just the Baltimore game that they need.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Lose to really anybody.
Yep.
Just Baltimore would be the team I think fans would be most likely to think they could lose/would lose. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. I have a question about best case scenario for Keon Coleman from here to get to in a moment. Let's get to Jesse in Florida, though. Hey, Jesse, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I appreciate you guys taking my call. First-time caller. I listen to you guys every morning as soon as I leave work all the way up till I get to work.
Thanks, Jesse.
Thank you. Absolutely. I just wanted to follow up. You guys mentioned Josh Allen this year struggling on the scramble, and I think I'm probably one of every Bills fan that's standing on their feet yelling, somebody get open, somebody get open. So I was just kind of curious if you guys could follow up on that and kind of give your opinion as to why do you think it is that he's struggling so much this year with that scramble, not something we've really seen in past years. So I appreciate it. Again, appreciate you guys taking my call. I'll be flying up there next month to go to the Bengals game. So
nice.
Go Bills, and happy Thanksgiving.
Beautiful. Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, struggling against pressure has been a thing this year. He didn't against the Bucs. He did great against the Bucs. But, yeah, sack totals were up. And his quarterback rating against pressure was down almost 50 points. Like, it's been a noticeable thing here. Like, hey, man, how about this? Like, what's going on? Why can't the Bills beat pressure anymore? And that just kind of leads to more pressure. And if you're not beating it, more pressure, and on we go. There have been a couple different reasons why people have, the film folks would say, maybe receivers aren't getting open in the scramble drill, or he doesn't trust his receivers, or maybe there have been more effective blitzes getting home where there's breakdowns in the line, or he's not seeing something he should be seeing, or he's not taking the easy button, or the offensive coordinator didn't have answers schemed in the proper way. They weren't expecting a blitz when maybe they should be. So I don't know if there's any one answer to that, but I think the Tampa game is a great sign that maybe if Josh got his swagger back. What did Josh do in that game? He scrambled, he ran, he found targets on the move. Like he didn't do the double back, need 20 seconds. Like he rolled and found players.
Right.
So I think it's a matter of all of a sudden what you had was players that can separate outside the numbers, and that's going to be a part of it. But there's obviously a lot more.
Yeah. Under pressure this year, he has 4 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. Last year, he had 9 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. However, his completion percentage is higher. His yards per attempt is actually higher under pressure. It's one of those where I wonder if we are playing the results a little bit. It looks like his turnover, like the turnover-worthy plays versus how many are actually being picked off, he's having a higher percentage of those picked off this year than he did last year. Like last year, he was putting the ball in harm's way, but only 3 picks in that situation. So that's what I've thought of all year is that, the ball is getting turned over, and it's really hard for him when he's under pressure. We don't have answers. There are games that feel like are getting blown up just because of that simple fact. And that is not something that you're accustomed to with Allen, a quarterback. So why would it be happening? Other than the receivers, he's getting less athletic. Do we believe that that's happening yet?
I had wondered, hey, is he not as fast this year? I had wondered that.
Yeah.
But I don't think I'm wondering that. I'm not really thinking that as much right now.
Right. I was going to say, how much evidence of that really is there? Like when he's taking off and running, he still is. I mean, he threw a juke earlier in the year on a guy where he went left, right, and went right by him. So, yeah, I would want to chuck that up, I think, to the receivers and tunnel screens being their answer to pressure a lot. That would pretty much be it. But it is kind of weird that it's regressed to this manner.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Larry in South Florida. Hey, Larry, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I called when you were on the last segment. I called Joe Kelly to correct your mistake, but you already corrected it, so
good.
You caught it. But I do want to talk about Keon Coleman, and before I do, last night I was on YouTube and I was watching. They were talking about the Mount Rushmores of wide receivers, and the 2 guys that host it had Peyton Manning and Tom Brady on, and listening to those guys talk was kind of fascinating. They talked about the difference of the players today and the quarterbacks today. Now, they weren't saying that Josh Allen isn't a specimen or a freak. What they were saying, though, is the preparation now is so much different from the NFL to the college because really don't have 2-a-days anymore, and the way that they used to get ready in the off season is far different from what it is today. And it was kind of fascinating to me to think, and then to think about Keon Coleman, a lot of the mistakes the guy makes, I think, has to do with preparation. And one of the preparation is, get your butt to the meetings on time. And it brought me back to think, did Brandon Beane really make that much of a mistake? Or is it this kid's still young? One of my good friends in Colorado on our group chat for every game said, look, I know you don't like Coleman, and I'm ready to see him go. But he said, remember Eric Moulds, how it took him 2-3 years before he came up? I said, well, Eric Moulds became great when Flutie was introduced, and Flutie's no Josh Allen. So I don't see how Keon Coleman's going to turn into a player like Eric Moulds. But I'm ready to move on, and I'm wondering, do you guys think if they don't move on from him, I mean, they're going to give him more chances?
Yeah.
You think it's more of Bean saying, I can't give up on doing what I did with Kansas City to let this guy go?
No.
What are your thoughts there?
Thanks, Larry. You kind of get to the question I was going to ask today. I had somebody put together Coleman's stats. Jason, a Bills fan from Scotland, put this big, long thing of all the receivers drafted in that class and the stats they put up. Catches, yards, games, touchdowns. And he was attempting to make the case that Coleman, when you compare him to those guys, looks pretty good statistically. Now, I don't really agree that he's in the same conversation as a Malik Neighbors or even Marvin Harrison Jr., Brian Thomas, Ladd McConkey, Rome Odunze. Skill set is lacking. The thing I would say about Coleman here for this is he's on the team for the rest of the year. And what you saw on the field, I don't think that what you see on the field is a lack of preparation. You're not going to go to a meeting. Maybe you are. Maybe you're going to. Maybe you're going to be in a better spot.
Yeah.
But the meetings aren't going to make you separate against man coverage, and the meetings are probably not going to make it so the safeties on the other team don't feel like they have to look at your side of the field. Like what he was doing to their offense was limiting them in a big way because he kind of like that side of the field, one player over there. You basically kind of create a Revis Island effect in every game, where I can scheme where I throw a corner up there and I have to worry about that guy. What I'm getting at, though, is this, Joe. What is the best-case scenario for Coleman? Right here, right now, if you want to say that's gets his head on straight, becomes a dynamic receiver, he's awesome, he stays, the Bills love him, his name's on the Wall of Fame. If you want to go that far, I think you can go that far. There's, the best-case scenario. Then there's feasibly the best-case scenario. And I think feasibly the best-case scenario is he makes some plays, it looks better, and then in the offseason he has value and they move on from him. Because you have to ask yourself this. You've had these problems, and I wonder, the NFL is the ultimate league where it's just going to chew you up and spit you out.
Yeah.
You miss a couple meetings. Does Sean McDermott, when he thinks about Coleman, think, I'd love to see that young man grow, happy for him, that's great, but he's not going to be in my football team next year? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The amount of trust he would have to earn back, I believe, is so significant that I almost want to think it can't happen.
Right. There's not enough time.
And then you got to
between now and the start of the offseason,
right.
There's not enough time.
If you knew this about this player, that he's missed a bunch of meetings in college, I don't know if they knew that about him at Florida State, would they draft him? Or would they just take him off the board?
Right.
Because the next stage for Coleman is going to be this. All right. He appears to show growth. It looks good. Now he's a player. Want to extend him? Ooh,
definitely not.
I don't know. Forget.
It's almost
you
like
could say skill set. You could say preparation. You could say maturity.
Yeah.
Again, for anyone who wants to call and say, I don't want to bury this kid, he's 22. I get that. I think that makes sense. Young, immature, whatever.
Yep.
Makes mistakes. Lots of stuff like that is fair to point out. But in this business, you're about to decide, should I give this player $50 million and commit to them long term? Teams are afraid of George Pickens. Right. And George Pickens is amazing.
Right.
And he got benched for a series. And I really wonder about the long-term future because I feel like it's that famous quote when someone shows you who they are, believe them, right?
Yeah.
And I just feel like the Bills might have already gotten to a point where they think like, okay, we'll get what we can out of this thing, and then we're going to get out of it.
That's why I almost think the best-case scenario for him, which I don't really think is possible, but the best-case scenario for him would be that he gets back in due to circumstances of injury or whatever. He gets back in, and he's so good on the field that they go, man, he misses meetings. We can't trust him, but look how good it was. Look how good it was at the end. Look how many plays he made. Look how consistent he got on the field. And that's where I don't think that's going to happen. I don't see signs that was on the way or that was coming. But that would be the way to do it.
And if that happened,
it would be to make it so uncomfortable for the Bills to move on from you. Not because they might not want to, because they feel like they can't trust you, but because you've done it with your play. That happens all over the league, doesn't it?
That's right.
Guys, I mean, the Pickens and Lamb thing, they were at a casino or something was the story.
Series, yeah.
So they got suspended for a series. Why is it only a series?
Because they're great.
Because they're amazing players that they need to win that football game.
And maybe
if they were bottom of the roster guys, guess what? They probably don't get a jersey that day.
Right. And maybe it was the first time that happened. I don't know if it was the first, second. The third meeting.
Right. But why does in some teams have different cultures, right? Like where you can get away with this more than you probably can with the Bills, right? The Bills got rid of Marcel Darius in the middle of a season because he couldn't show up on time for things. Mm-hmm. But Tyreek Hill in Miami shows up late for everything, but he's Tyreek Hill. And he's amazing. And he's on a team that might not have the same level of consequence.
But in your best case scenario where he balls out and he's so good like that,
right.
Are the Bills using that up to the last drop and then saying goodbye? Most likely.
Right. You're saying even if that happened, they would. That's when they would trade him.
Right. Because
maybe.
We like to sometimes think of what the coach and the GM say. You know, they've got their buzz phrases. One of the things that I'll never forget Brandon Beane said in one of their Beyond Blue and Red, like behind the scenes things was, everybody sees who you pay. Like, who they pay is important. Mm-hmm. You want to make sure, if you're keeping your culture together, do the Bills ever want to be a team where, sure, you're a headache, but you're great? Yeah. They did that with Diggs and then chose to say, we won't do it anymore.
Right.
So would you do it with Coleman? Like, it's a good question. And anybody asking about, like, his future, I would put it as a long shot that he's ever extended by this team. And for now, he's on the team. So maybe he plays tomorrow night, makes a couple catches, makes a couple plays. I think that would be great. Great for the team, great for him. And even in those moments, it'd be, wow, I'm proud of you. Good growth. All right, pick up the call, see who wants him. Let's do something else.
Yep.
That would be my guess on the most likely thing. Is McDermott already done?
Yeah, I mean,
with the guy.
Like, what would he have to do? Like, it's you're in the bad graces of a teacher, and like, what can I do for extra credit?
He takes up wrestling. He takes up wrestling, and he brings coffee and donuts and wrestling weekly, and every day it's like, Coach.
I was just gonna say he offers to play special teams, but I like that more.
No, but he's just got a lot of work to do. I think it's more than just show up on time. He's got to completely rebuild trust, which is work.
With probably the quarterback too, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, the way Allen answered the question after Miami, which was
he got one.
He got one today. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
And there clearly hasn't been trust between those two when he's doing scramble drill out on the field.
Yeah.
So it's not just about McDermott. It's about the quarterback.
803-0550 is our phone number. Give us a ring, 1-888-552-550.
Very good question. Coleman may have missed a meeting, but was it before 7 a.m. is a question somebody's just asked us.
Doesn't count
because
if it's before 7 a.m.
Doesn't count.
Doesn't count. Nothing counts. Mm-hmm. It's just like they say, nothing good happens at a bar after 2 a.m. Nothing counts on a radio show before 7.
Right.
803-0550. Give us a call. Give us a hot take if you want. Remember, it doesn't really count. That's the rule. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Sal coming up. Let me ask you this. If the Bills win the division, which reason is it? Is it because the Bills run the table? Or is it because the Patriots suffer a loss that they shouldn't? Because is that the shortest way to say it?
Yes. Because one of the two, it's got to be one of the two.
If the Bills lose one game anywhere, then the Patriots, well, I guess it depends. If you lose to the Bills as their one, you still need them to lose to Baltimore, and the Bills have to run the table.
Right.
If they lose to someone else and beat the Bills, it's basically over. Like I guess, what part of it do you feel like is most likely to happen? Will the Bills hold up their end of it?
Yeah, I think it's really tough to expect them to go the rest of the way and win every game. I mean, they don't play the toughest schedule in the world. But you got Philly in there. You got New England in there. Houston's defense is really good. Pittsburgh leads the league in points off turnovers. Like, they'll get some stupid play that goes their way. So I think they could do it, but I'd be really, really surprised. The Tampa game gives me a lot of confidence, But this team this year has looked like a team, and they have done this, that can drop a stupid game.
Yeah.
Let alone...
They've got 2 of those.
You find a way to lose to Philly. That happens to a lot of people. You lose at New England with the Patriots having a bye. Like that wouldn't be the most stunning thing in the world. So to me, even though I don't know that they're going to do it, I think the New England part of it is more likely. They let you back in. And it's, the defense, or it's, their run game actually isn't that great, or maybe they get one too many injuries that they can't overcome because they're not as deep of a roster. I think the New England part is more likely. Like, could they lose to the Giants next week on Monday Night Football? That could happen.
Could
they lose to Miami in the final game of the season? I think that could actually happen. So there's a couple. I don't think they can lose to the Jets, and I don't really feel like they can lose to the Bengals. But could they lose one of those other 2, Giants and Dolphins? I feel like yes.
What I'm getting at, though, is this, Joe. What is the best case scenario for Coleman? Right here, right now, if you want to say that's gets his head on straight, becomes a dynamic receiver, he's awesome, he stays, the Bills love him, his name's on the Wall of Fame. If you want to go that far, I think you can go that far. There's, the best case scenario, then there's feasibly the best case scenario. And I think feasibly the best case scenario is he makes some plays, it looks better, and then in the offseason he has value and they move on from him. Because you have to ask yourself this. You've had these problems, and I wonder, the NFL is the ultimate league where it's just going to chew you up and spit you out.
Yeah.
You miss a couple meetings. Does Sean McDermott, when he thinks about Coleman, think, I'd love to see that young man grow, happy for him, that's great, but he's not going to be in my football team next year? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The amount of trust he would have to earn back, I believe, is so significant that I almost want to think it can't happen.
Right. There's not enough time.
And then you got to
between now and the start of the offseason,
right.
There's not enough time.
If you knew this about this player, that he's missed a bunch of meetings in college, I don't know if they knew that about him at Florida State. Would they draft him? Or would they just take him off the board?
Right.
Because the next stage for Coleman is going to be this. All right. He appears to show growth. It looks good. Now he's a player. Want to extend him? Ooh,
definitely not.
I don't know. Forget.
It's almost
you
like
could say skill set. You could say preparation. You could say maturity.
Yeah.
Again, for anyone who wants to call and say, I don't want to bury this kid, he's 22. I get that. I think that makes sense. Young, immature, whatever.
Yep.
Makes mistakes. Lots of stuff like that is fair to point out. But in this business, you're about to decide, should I give this player $50 million and commit to them long term? Teams are afraid of George Pickens. Right. And George Pickens is amazing.
Right.
And he got benched for a series. And I really wonder about the long-term future, because I feel like it's that famous quote, when someone shows you who they are, believe them, right?
Yeah.
And I just feel like the Bills might have already gotten to a point where they think like, okay, we'll get what we can out of this thing, and then we're going to get out of it.
Caller text on X at WGR 550 and get connected to Jeremy and Joe now. Brought to you by Northtown Kia, your SUV headquarters. Test drive the Kia Sportage.
Everybody, prepare yourself for the Shedeur Sandersing of the NFL. It's fully happening right now. It's already out of control.
I want to believe Kevin Stefanski won't let that go on for forever. He's so bad.
What's he going to do? Cut him?
He's just not going to play him.
He's already being accused of sabotaging him because he's not getting first-team reps. And You're seeing a lot of NFL quarterbacks say, do people understand how practice works?
Right.
Mitch Trubisky does not get reps during the week.
Right.
And Shane Buechele does not get reps with the first team.
Yeah, none of them do.
Here's Shedeur Sanders, who might not play because Dylan Gabriel might be out of concussion protocol. Like, man, if you're Kevin Stefanski, you're already upset about the fact that this even happened. He was drafted because the owner wanted it to happen?
Yes, definitely.
All right.
He's getting out of there this year, right?
Sanders? Or Stefanski? Maybe.
I think he has a contract up. The Giants want him.
2-time coach of the year would be a great hire for anybody.
I want to predict Stefanski. By the way, he's getting all the Shedeur stuff, and also now he's having to answer whether Deshaun Watson's coming back because he's returning, I guess, from the Achilles injury. So, like, here, take this guy, the headache that he is, back on your shoulders as well. I want to predict that this offseason, Garrett and Stefanski get out of Cleveland. And they should.
The Garrett sweepstakes.
They're the best parts of that organization.
No, the Garrett sweepstakes will be pretty wild. 803-0550, our number. We'll get your calls in with Sal. The best case for Keon Coleman, the injury news for the Bills. Curtis Samuel dinged up again. That is something that happens a lot, unfortunately. And the Texans, the challenge that they present. So, short week. We're right to it. It's Jeremy and Joe. Good morning. Your calls in here on WGR.
I just wanted to follow up. You guys mentioned Josh Allen this year struggling on the scramble, and I think I'm probably one of every Bills fan that's standing on their feet yelling, "Somebody get open! Somebody get open!" So I was just kind of curious if you guys could follow up on that and kind of give your opinion as to why do you think it is that he's struggling so much this year with that scramble? Not something we've really seen in past years. So I appreciate it again. Appreciate you guys taking my call. I'll be flying up there next month to go to the Bengals game. So
nice.
Go Bills, and happy Thanksgiving.
Beautiful. Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, struggling against pressure has been a thing this year. He didn't against the Bucs. He did great against the Bucs. But yeah, sack totals were up, and his quarterback rating against pressure was down almost 50 points. Like it's been a noticeable thing here. Like, hey man, how about this? Like, what's going on? Why can't the Bills beat pressure anymore? And that just kind of leads to more pressure. And if you're not beating it, more pressure, and on we go. There have been a couple different reasons why people have, the film folks would say, maybe receivers aren't getting open in the scramble drill, or he doesn't trust his receivers, or maybe there have been more effective blitzes getting home where there's breakdowns in the line, or he's not seeing something he should be seeing, or he's not taking the easy button, or the offensive coordinator didn't have answers schemed in the proper way. They weren't expecting a blitz when maybe they should be. So I don't know if there's any one answer to that. But I think the Tampa game is a great sign that maybe if Josh got his swagger back. What did Josh do in that game? He scrambled, he ran, he found targets on the move. Like he didn't do the double back, need 20 seconds. Like he rolled and found players.
Right.
So I think it's a matter of all of a sudden what you had was players that can separate outside the numbers, and that's going to be a part of it. But there's obviously a lot more.
Yeah. Under pressure this year, he has 4 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. Last year, he had 9 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. However, his completion percentage is higher. His yards per attempt is actually higher under pressure. It's one of those where I wonder if we are playing the results a little bit. It looks like his turnover, like the turnover-worthy plays versus how many are actually being picked off, are... He's having a higher percentage of those picked off this year than he did last year. Like last year, he was putting the ball in harm's way, but only 3 picks in that situation. So that's what I've thought of all year is that, the ball is getting turned over, and it's really hard for him when he's under pressure. We don't have answers. There are games that feel like are getting blown up just because of that simple fact. And that is not something that you're accustomed to with Allen, a quarterback. So why would it be happening? Other than the receivers, he's getting less athletic. Do we believe that that's happening yet?
Bills and Texans looks
Texans.
like it'll be.
It's gonna be Davis Mills.
It'll be Davis Mills.
I think there is way too much going on right now of, it's better that Davis Mills is in the game than C.J. Stroud.
For the Texans?
For the Texans. I mean, he was really good in the Jacksonville second half 2 weeks ago, where they roared back. They scored 36 on the Jags defense. They were down big in that game. But looking through what a lot of last week was, like, he was taking sacks, and they were not really moving the ball that consistently on offense. Like 16 points, a bunch of punts, turnover on downs. They didn't score a touchdown against Tennessee. So I'm not saying he's terrible and that Stroud was great, but I do not think that this was kind of what we were doing with Carolina, wasn't it?
When Dalton went in?
Dalton went in.
Yeah.
And it was,
he's more dangerous.
And that actually didn't end up coming to fruition anyway.
Not at all.
And I don't think this is going to be one of those cases. I'm not scared of Davis Mills in the slightest.
No, I saw one thing that Mills is doing well. So he went in the Bronco game? Or
yes, right, because Stroud went out immediately with a concussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
he only threw... No, he did. He ended up throwing 30 passes in that game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that Davis Mills has done, and I saw this is more of a fantasy point, but again, like fantasy football is about scoring points, and offenses score points.
Yeah.
One thing Davis Mills has done is hooked up well with Nico Collins.
That he is doing.
If you have Nico Collins and you think, oh no, his starting quarterback is out, it's not been a problem. Since Davis Mills went in, 7 for 75, 7 for 136, 9 for 92, and a touchdown.
Right.
So he's getting...
Right, correction, by the way. They scored the one touchdown against Tennessee last week.
Yes.
Because it was Collins.
So he's getting his number one receiver going, and maybe it's as simple as that sometimes when you're the backup. Like, I'm just going to throw it to the guy that's awesome.
Bills gearing up for their matchup with the Houston Texans tomorrow night for Thursday Night Football. The injury report hasn't necessarily gotten shorter on the limited participant front, with 11 players on the list on a short week, and Mecole Hardman with a calf injury, Dalton Kincaid with a hamstring injury, Curtis Samuel dealing with an elbow and neck injury, along with Khalil Shakir, for personal reasons, did not participate in yesterday's practice. For Houston, after being a limited participant in estimated practice report yesterday, Nico Collins with an ankle injury practiced in full on Tuesday. And Texans coach DeMeco Ryans said C.J. Stroud with a concussion will not play tomorrow night. Davis Mills will get the start. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres get ready for their matchup with Calgary tonight with a 7:30 puck drop from KeyBank Center. They look to start a win streak after back-to-back wins against Detroit and Edmonton. News on the injury front, Lindy Ruff provided an update on defenseman Michael Kesselring, who left the Sabres 5-4 overtime victory in Detroit on Saturday early in the third period, saying he will be out for an extended period of time, 4 weeks. Around the NFL, the Browns doing their best not to play rookie Shedeur Sanders at quarterback. Kevin Stefanski and Dylan Gabriel said Dylan Gabriel will start Week 12 if he clears the league's concussion protocol. NFL hearing officer Jordy Nelson upheld Bengals wide receiver Jamar Chase's one-game suspension after he tried to appeal it yesterday. And Will Howard could be getting his first start for the Steelers. Mike Tomlin said, "We'll see where the week goes," when asked about Will Howard first team reps in practice this week. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Wester Hotline. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Game is tomorrow night. Jeremy and Joe. Sal, Joe and I were just trying on a theory that when it comes to shows, like musical shows you see in the theater, that generally Act 2 is not as good as Act 1. And usually after intermission, you've already peaked and, you're finishing out the story.
Yeah.
But generally, as a rule of thumb, Act 2 is not as good.
Oh, I don't know. Really?
I don't know. I don't know much to back it up. In terms
Wicked,
of
this is definitely true.
Wicked.
This is so hard
Okay.
to top the end of Act 1.
Book of Mormon.
I
Book of Mormon. I would say that Hamilton Act 2 is definitely worthy.
Hamilton Act 2 is good.
Yeah, I was just thinking. I think Hamilton's one of the last really good, theater shows I've seen. I've seen it, enough of them. It's been a while though, to be honest with you, and I don't think I would subscribe to that theory. I think that that Act 2 can be very, very good in a lot of places.
I'm ready for the bullpen, the YouTube chat to just go off
Unleash
on show tunes. Like, here we go.
Yeah.
Give me a full breakdown of Showboat, Les Mis. Like, let's have it, bullpen. Let's have the chat get after that. Anyway, good morning, Sal. When do you leave? Like, what's the schedule for a Thursday game? The players, I'm sure, feel weary, and you as well. Like, I got to pack and go to Houston.
Yeah, for sure. So there'll be some packing this morning. So as you guys know, as the radio crew, we do travel on the team charter. So I'll give you a peek a little bit on what the day looks like for them and for me, because it all kind of gets intertwined a little bit. So today on the radio, I will still have Sean McDermott's weekly radio interview today on the Extra Point Show. I will not be hosting, though. It will be Zach Jones. Zach will actually have me on with Sean McDermott and throw it to me. I'll have Sean McDermott, and he will give the injury update. And the reason for that is that we don't have me hosting and doing it is because we have to get to the airport. So the team will have meetings today. They'll do a walkthrough of some sort, some sort of practice today, however they want to do it, but it's not open to the media, anything like that. It's a normal, I guess, travel day like you would do on a Saturday morning before a Sunday game. I'll go down to One Bills Drive. I will interview Sean McDermott. We'll get the injury update to see who's declared out of the game. We'll have that for you on Extra Point Show today. So listen, I believe it'll be about 10:30, so people know, from Zach Jones, and he'll throw it down. And then early afternoon, have to be at the airport, and then team flies out. I'll be on that charter, and we'll get to Houston. Generally, what happens in road trips is the team gets to the hotel of the city we're going at about 4 p.m. the night before, and then you have meetings and dinners and all the things that go into preparing for a game.
All right, and Houston, which is a gigantic stadium, right?
Yes.
Like the mere size of it.
Yeah, and it's like, you guys know, every away game, I take a picture of the radio booth and the view from the visiting radio booth. And it's quite fascinating to hear the responses and see the responses online, which is, oh my God, that's a terrible view. Why did they put you in the corner? Wow, that's super high. Wow, that's low. That's really nice. Good job there. This one is very high. It's one of the higher booths because the stadium is like a box. It's a really big stadium, but it's steep. It's a steep stadium, and the radio booth is up top, and it's like a big box. Now, it does have a roof. I believe, from everything I understand, we're expecting the roof to be closed. It has not officially been announced, but I think there's a slight chance of rain, and just because of the way they normally operate, I think the roof will be closed. But yes, it is a really, really big stadium, but more so, guys, it's like a box, and it goes kind of straight up, if you will.
All right. Well, Sal, let's get to the injury report and players we're watching. We know a number of players, of course, get their bodies right. I'd said that earlier in the week when I saw some veterans missing practice. I thought, all right, McDermott in my ear saying I want vets to get healthy. Is it a little bit more, though, it appears, with some of these players? What are you looking at on the Barnes Firm injury report?
Yeah, so a few guys have not practiced at all this week due to injury, so I'm expecting they wouldn't be able to play, but we'll see today from Sean McDermott, and that includes tight end Dalton Kincaid, wide receiver Mecole Hardman, who's dealing with the calf injury that we know of. And I was just about to say Fedarian Mathis, but actually he changed. Fedarian Mathis went from a no participation on Monday to limited on Tuesday. Curtis Samuel, though, is also another one. He did not participate for 2 days in a row, dealing with elbow and neck injuries. So you'd probably see that's trending towards him not being able to play. Khalil Shakir did not participate for a couple of days due to personal reasons, but I can report because his wife did post on social media they welcomed in their first child, a baby girl. So congratulations to him. So I would guess that he'd be available to play. It's not due to injury. The other guys, everybody else is pretty much limited except for Shaq Thompson has been a full participant even though he's on the injury report. So we'll see where a lot of the limited guys go. The Bills held walkthroughs the first 2 days. Now, Monday was pretty much a true walkthrough, and there was no media watching or anything like that. Yesterday, McDermott said it'll be basically a walkthrough today. When there's a true walkthrough, the media can't really watch. We watched, so it wasn't a true walkthrough. But I will tell you, I think what he meant was, and what we saw was, it wasn't a full to the wall practice. You know what I mean? So I think they're trying to keep the guys' bodies as fresh as possible. So that being said, the reason I'm telling you that is yesterday's report is still an estimation of what it would have been if it were a full practice.
Okay. So what do we think the numbers at receiver could look like if Samuel and Hardman aren't available? And Hardman, I guess, is more of a returner question than he is a receiver question.
Yeah, I agree, Joe. And it's a good question because I could look at it and say, you've been kind of rotating Elijah Moore and Curtis Samuel anyway at certain times, right? One's up, one's down. If Curtis Samuel's down, that means Elijah Moore's up. Okay, so where does that leave Keon Coleman? Because you do have Mecole Hardman and you do have Gabe Davis, and Tyrell Shavers obviously isn't coming out of the lineup, I wouldn't think. If you want to get Keon Coleman on the field, it might be because Mecole Hardman's spot is open, but Mecole Hardman's really only a return man. So to me, that's why you re-signed Brandon Codrington. The Bills did re-sign Brandon Codrington yesterday to the practice squad. They can elevate him. Now, that won't happen until tomorrow, just so everybody knows. That doesn't happen today. Rules are different for Thursday night. If they elevate Brandon Codrington tomorrow, that's your replacement for Mecole Hardman. It's not a receiver replacement. Where does that leave what you want to do with Gabe Davis? Do you still elevate him after last week's game? I think you could totally justify that. But you'd also have to think, well, Gabe just came back after not playing for so long. Is 4 days too quick of a turnaround to get him another game in? I don't know, Joe. It's a good question. I really don't know how they want to handle it. And then, of course, there's the other part of it, which is, has Keon Coleman done enough to get back into, I guess, good graces or whatever you want to say to be on the field?
Yeah. Seth, we were talking about that earlier, the idea of trust with Coleman. And I don't think it's the kind of thing he can kind of get back in 3 days or even really 3 weeks. What they're going to want to see is, months, years of trust, presuming he's here for that. So I wonder, if your thought on McDermott, and, he, of course, is a football coach, and he also wants to help a young guy. Like, he's 22, he's young. I think a lot of people would understand that when you're that young, you might make mistakes. So McDermott could almost have two ideas here, that I'd love to see him grow and become a better version of himself. But also, I coach a football team, and walking that line might be a tightrope.
Agreed. I think at this point right now, he's got to make decisions that are in the best interest of the football team. Having it in mind, of course, with the young man in his career. But right now is not the time to, you're not going to put Keon Coleman ahead of the team at this point, right?
Yeah.
The team has to come first because there are so many guys who rely on him. Listen to the things that were said in the locker room after the game. Unfortunately, because we live in a society where this happens, guys, you all and many people heard the clip of Deion Dawkins and saw it, and it went viral of, well, Keon's got to grow up, time for pats on the back are over. Yes, he did say all that, but it also came well after he praised Keon Coleman for how, much they have his back. He's a great kid, and we're here for him, and, he knows everybody makes mistakes. We're all human. Like, what Deion said was not basically, going after Keon Coleman. He was really kind of backing him up and supporting Keon Coleman. At the same time, at the end said, hey, but he's got to do what he's got to do to be back here for us, and he knows that. And I think that's the approach from Sean McDermott, which is, hey, I'm going to support the kid. I'm going to help him out, but I have a football team to coach, and we got to get ready for a football game right now, and I got to make decisions that are in the best interest of this football team.
Sal Capaccio joining us on the Western Hotline as we prepare for Bills-Texans. Sal, this matchup itself, Houston, Davis Mills is not exactly going to be a scary kind of quarterback to play against, but he's had some success with Nico Collins, and Collins had some success against the Bills last time. I'm thinking about the last time these two teams played and thinking it could be a similar style of game. Maybe the Bills are more prepared from a offensive standpoint, but it could be a tough one. It's a loud stadium. That's a team that plays tough, close games, and their defense is very, very strong.
Yeah, that's right, Jeremy. So everybody knows C.J. Stroud has been declared out, so it will be Davis Mills starting, as you just alluded to. Jalen Petrie also declared out. He's a really notable loss for their defense, by the way. He's a guy that does a lot for them. He's a lot like a Taron Johnson who kind of can really play in the middle of the field, and he's listed as a safety, but he comes down in the box. He plays the slot. But let's get to the overall point of this team, which is after last week when the Bills score 44 points, they go to Houston this week. I hope Bills fans understand and have their expectations tempered on being able to do that. You're facing the number one scoring defense in the NFL. Like, nobody really scores a lot of points on the Texans. They are giving up less than 17 points a game. They are the number one yards allowed defense in the NFL. They're the number one rushing defense in the NFL and the number 3 passing defense in the NFL. I think this is a lower scoring game that is going to come down to points being at a premium, not making mistakes. I mean, let's give another example here and even go further. 4th down and 3 from near midfield, 4th and 2 from near midfield. I think this is the kind of game you might have to punt the ball away because you're not expecting them, because they don't have this explosive offense either. Yes, they have Nico Collins, but I just think points might be more at a premium here, where this is not a we have to keep up with the other team Kansas City game or Tampa Bay game. This is a let's do everything we can to make sure that we force them to make a mistake and capitalize, and we get out of here with a 17-10 win or a 20-17 win. I think that's the kind of game it's got to be.
Yeah, Sal, it's funny. Like, they gave up 29 to Jacksonville a couple of weeks ago, and I wonder, like, you could just look at the schedule and go, oh, well, I guess they could be had. I mean, the Jags put up 29, and that's like the only game you can really find where anybody scored points on them. And all you got to do is
look at the fourth quarter in that game.
Well, it's the fourth quarter. That's the Houston offense. But what I was going to say is, like, the Houston defense is giving up 3.9 yards per game or per play. 212 yards of offense in that game. How did Jacksonville score points? They got a punt return touchdown. They got a fumble like inside the 20-yard line. So it was a 19-yard touchdown drive. Like, the one game they actually gave up points, their defense actually was amazing in it.
Yeah.
No, that's right, Joe. And, I mean, if you look across the board, all their numbers and everything they do, third and third down defense, the only thing they're not like top 10 in of a big category is sacks per pass attempt. Oh, they're 11th, right? They're close to 8% of dropbacks. This is a team that really, guys, it just lines up with 11 guys. They don't get super duper exotic on a Thursday night. They probably won't as well. Try to do a lot of that, but they don't. It's not in their nature. But you know what it is? They just go after you, and they're good, and they have good players, and they beat you one-on-one. They're physical with you, and they're just going to say, we're better than you. We don't have to do all those things to disguise and trick you, because we're just going to beat you. And last year, the Bills were very, very – this is their worst game they played offensively last year, right? And wouldn't we agree?
Yep.
The worst game Josh Allen played was last year, in Houston. So I just think it's that kind of game. Now, let's flip it to the other side. This also isn't a team – that's going to, and should not have been, it has not been able to, I should say, really run the ball like other teams have run the ball, and will say, we're just going to go run the ball against the Bills and have all this success. If they do that against the Bills, that's a serious issue, because this is a run attack for Houston that is bottom third in the league in pretty much all the metrics running the football. They aren't a team like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who we know are very good at running the football, and they were able to do that against the Bills. The Miami Dolphins a couple of weeks ago, it's the one thing they were able to do really well, and they have been able to. Like, I just think the Bills need to be able to shut this running game down, because that's not something they do well. And then you put the ball in the hands of Davis Mills. To me, this game is you shut down Nico Collins. The Texans' game plan is good, to me, going to be similar to the Falcons' game plan, which is get the ball to Drake May, except switch out the name. I'm sorry, Drake London. Except switch out the name Drake London for Nico Collins in this one, because Nico Collins can really go off, and he hurt the Bills last year. If you shut down Nico Collins in this one, that's where I think you have the best chance to win.
It's really just Collins, right? Because otherwise, like, even like the run game sells a combo of the running backs aren't really that impressive since Mixon got hurt. Chubb is not the same player at all after all the injuries he's had.
Isn't that wild? He was so good for a while, and then he goes to Houston. You're like, ah.
Well, the
injury.
I
also say I think part of it is the offensive line.
That's what I was going to say. And that goes to the pass game too, right? Like that line is one of the worst in the league and has been for really the last couple of years. So it's the run game, and also like the Bills' pass rush has not been as productive the last couple of games, and this feels like a game where a Bosa and a Rousseau should be able to get after it.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. So I think that the Bills' pass rush in this game should have some matchups and opportunities to be able to win. But they're going to have to get there because, like I said, they're going to have to. Houston's going to be looking for Nico Collins, and they're going to probably want to play a little bit of the quick game and then take a couple shots downfield when they get a chance. And at the same time, I think if you're Houston, you come into this game and go, look, every team's run against the Bills. We're going to try and run against them. And if they can start to control the game on the ground, then it becomes a bit of a different game. The Bills just can't let them do that.
Sal Capaccio joining us here. We'll get some calls in with Sal, and I've got an email question for you as well, Sal. Zoe in Buffalo is going to lead us off, though. Hey, Zoe, good morning.
Good morning. How y'all doing?
Good.
Good. I was talking about, wanted to say a little stuff about the Keon Coleman situation. It wasn't his first time. It was his second time. The first time, I think they held him out for a couple of series. That Patriots game, and he came in and he got stripped. He fumbled. That was a not good feeling. A look for him. Then it happened again. Got to get through his head. And I understand, what you were saying earlier. If you performing good like Tyreek Hill or, prime Antonio Brown, and you having these meeting problems, but you performing, they're going to be a little bit lenient. You haven't shown anything. I see your mouth open on the sideline more than you getting open. That's not a good thing. But the important part of him going over to these meetings in the morning or in the afternoon is helping out his IQ on the field. His IQ too much is not there. Don't get me wrong. I did see sometimes that he was open. Josh Allen didn't look his way. That's probably because of the confidence issue. But the IQ part of it, like what you see from Gabe Davis or Mac Hollins, is they know when to sit into a zone or when to stretch their route to get past the zone. Sometimes he kind of struggled with that.
Yeah.
And the route is it become lazy. So you come into the meetings will help out with the IQ test of you watching film. You're getting a cheat code in a way to when to stretch the zone out. If you see they running that type of zone, you got to carry it up 3 more yards. Gabe Davis is pretty good with that. That's why they have that type of chemistry. You know what I mean? Josh roll out his way, know when to sit. Sit down right there, and he's going to find you. Keon is not doing that, and he don't see that. And that's probably another reason why Sabres didn't make the team before. He's a great player, but that part of the IQ of knowing when to stop and sit in the zone and when to stretch the zone or when to stop is short. That's the important part. We've seen a little bit of that in that Saints game when Allen threw it to Shavers, but he thought Shavers was going to stop, but Shavers kept going. You know what I mean? Coleman's having that problem right now.
Yeah, Zoe, thanks for the phone call. I wonder, Sal, to make a bigger conversation here, like the meeting, right? It's a Friday meeting, and it's a couple of meetings to have been late for and or missed. And I wonder, we get the Bills' story, which is, and they're only going to tell us so much. They're not going to bury the kid, like we said. I wonder if the head coach, the coordinators, if his teammates think he just doesn't take the meetings seriously. That's why he's late, or whatever the factors could be. Yeah. And I also want to jump on the point that Zoe brings up about like football IQ. A receiver in this offense, the football IQ is simply you must match with the quarterback, and that's really it, right? Like your football IQ is, do you know what Josh wants you to do?
I think Zoe hit a lot of it on the head. Good call, Zoe. I agree a lot with what he said, which is it's not just being on time. That's a big deal, and that's why he was benched. It is exactly what you said, Jeremy, as well. Taking these things seriously, and we don't know exactly what he's doing in or out of the meetings. But this is why the meetings are important, because you're not on the same page as your quarterback sometimes. And that's what these meetings are for, to understand a lot of that. And I said yesterday, I think there's an argument to be made that Gabe Davis is the best scramble drill receiver Josh Allen has ever played with. It's maybe Gabe Davis isn't the best scramble drill receiver in the league or the Bills or the last 20 years. But for Josh Allen, he is, because he understands Josh. He understands his body language. They have chemistry. They work on that. They talk about that. Gabe Davis is a student of the game. Okay, we can make fun as much as we want of, well, he won the Iron Bill for 2 years in a row, and that's the reason why you sign guys, because of culture.
That's
Doesn't
taking
that
your work seriously. That's what that is.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And people can just make fun of that stuff all you want, but all those things get intertwined together. They don't mean that you're going to be the best receiver or the best player on the field. I get it. But they're all little boxes that you check along the way. And that's why it matters. And Tyrell Shavers, Joe, you made this point consistently in the offseason. It's such a good point now to think back. He's the same age as Gabe Davis. He's been here for 3 years, right? Mm-hmm. When we talked about Gabe Davis coming back, and people were like, oh, are you nuts? So he's old. No, he's not. He's the same age as Tyrell Shavers. But I want to flip it around because you're right. Tyrell Shavers has been here 3 years. He has worked with Josh Allen for 3 years. He understands all these things. This is why it's important for Keon Coleman to pay attention, to be on time, to understand, to work, and all those little nuances with this quarterback in this offense.
Yeah, it's like Shavers, McDermott's saying it, like the ball finds who works hard. In training camp this year, he called him like a true Buffalo Bill, right? Like, this is culture stuff. It's going to matter. And is your life football? That's the other thing. Like, how much of your life is going to be football? Are you completely bought in? And Sal, like the question about Coleman too, we kind of brought this up earlier, and again, it's speculating, it's years out potentially, but you are, as a rookie here, not just trying to get on the field, not just trying to show them that you care. You're trying to get your next contract, and who do they pay? They pay the guys that they think are fully committed and that they can count on. These are all big investments. James Cook went from a guy that maybe they couldn't count on early, and maybe they didn't love his practice habits, and he kind of turned it around and became that guy. And if Ed Oliver says when you come here you can be the best version of yourself, and you've got countless stories of guys that are drafted and you want to say developed, that's who the Bills developed them into, and who they become for the Bills, that's how you get extended. And for Coleman, like I think that's a long shot right now. He's got so much work to do to kind of prove himself, if he can even do it in their eyes. So it's a long road.
All right. What was the email question?
The email question was about Morgan Fox.
Okay.
So
good question.
This is a guy the Bills signed last week, right? Mm-hmm. Who was maybe tabbed as a Michael Hoyt replacement. He's played in the league for a couple different teams, and could he be someone that they start to bring in and get into the lineup?
So the best way to describe him in that regard, Jeremy, is he was Michael Hoyt before Michael Hoyt in L.A. He actually played that role. He was what Michael Hoyt did for the Rams, Morgan Fox was doing for the Rams before Michael Hoyt arrived. And he had good numbers, actually. He had 6.5 sacks 1 year, 5.5 sacks. Guys have 15.5 sacks over the last 3 years. But he wasn't on a team. A guy like that, not on a team. Well, because a lot of times, guys, it's, if you don't have a true position and, you have to kind of figure out where you want to play a guy, it might not work. And that might be why. I mean, also his numbers have declined a little bit. So, there's obviously that, and there's regression. And why is that? But I don't expect him to be, playing tomorrow, but who knows? You never know. They could elevate him at some point. I do think that, that could happen, but we'll see how he fits in. The Bills may decide, they have him in their building for a while and go, you know what, it's just not going to work with him. You could do that. What the Bills are looking for and what Michael Hoyt represents is that guy that they can play along the front, like Michael Hoyt. He might not be Hoyt, but, they're using Javon Solomon. They're using Dorian Williams. That maybe could be Morgan Fox, but they have to see it in practice and have to see that he can actually be that guy.
All right, Sal, so the schedule for the Extra Point Show is, again?
So Zach's going to host starting at 10 a.m. Be listening at, I think, 10:30 is when I'll have Sean McDermott, and we will have an injury update and report on today for tomorrow's game and who he's declaring out like we do normally on a Friday and everything else that goes into that. And like I said, Zach will be hosting. And I believe Zach is going to have my buddy John Harris on. John is my sideline guy from the Texans, who's always great to listen to, and he's all over the draft and, of course, knows everything about the Texans, and he'll give their side of things.
All right, very good. Thank you, Sal. Safe travels. We will talk tomorrow, and we'll be listening during the Extra Point Show.
Okay, guys, thanks.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Just looking at it. By the way, have you noticed it's starting to be mock draft season? Have you noticed?
No, it isn't. Who's doing mock drafts? These are the people you're following on Twitter.
Yeah, that's mock draft.
I'm not following people that are throwing mock drafts out there. Who's got a mock draft?
You don't want Austin Abbott?
Oh, wait, is it the mock drafter, or that's the guy that they're mocking?
It's the mock
to the
drafter.
Bills?
I've seen 2 or 3 mock drafts in the last 24 hours.
Austin Abbott's doing the mock draft. That's who the Bills are picking in this mock draft.
No, it's a PFF. Okay. It's just some guy that did a mock draft. I don't even know who he is. I don't care. Anybody can do one.
What are the Bills taking? Go ahead. What a running back?
No.
Wide receiver?
It is a wide receiver, but I'm also I want to say something real quick. I've been telling you linebacker, right? Linebacker.
You've been all over linebacker. Yep.
I'm gonna switch up on you here. Really keep you on your toes. I think nickel corner is way up there for the Bills.
Nickel corners don't get drafted in like the first round.
Yeah, I think they do.
I
think they do now. Yep.
Since when?
I don't know. Last couple of years.
Name a nickel corner who went in the first round.
Trent McDuffie.
That was 6 years ago.
He's great.
He is great.
And the Bills really count on a nickel corner on the field a lot.
Yeah, he's not just a nickel corner, though.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. A corner that they think will play the nickel. I just think that's they've got Benford, Hairston. They're going to, whatever happens with Dorian Strong here, we don't know because I'm just putting it out there.
By the way, Sal said that the roof probably won't be open on Thursday. I think that's a pretty safe bet. Someone sent in that stadium, the roof's only been open twice in the last 11 years.
Yeah, I don't ever remember looking there's sunlight on the field.
There was a Sunday night game last year that they opened it, and then there was a COVID game. So Texans fans have only experienced one game with the roof open in the last 11 years. They don't open it. I don't know why. What's the point of having the retractable roof if you don't open it? Why don't you just build a dome?
Yeah. We've got Joe Marino at 8 o'clock. He's listening, and he says, Devin Witherspoon. There you go. Seattle, nickel corner.
Okay. Was he a high first-round pick, too?
I believe so.
All right. The Bills have not really had, just because Taron Johnson, they've not had the nickel guy that they can line up in different places.
Put it on the list. High on the list. Taron Johnson's been on this team forever. So
isn't he under contract still, though? You're kicking him off the team to draft this rookie?
Listen, I'm right now I'm flirting with the idea of picking the Bills to run the table. Last time I did this,
he's got 2 more years after this season. They could get out of it if they wanted to. But next year, it's $11 million cap hit, and 9.5 is the dead cap. He's on the team next year. I think you're a year early on your nickel corner wish.
We'll take that bet. But we need more bets. We need more bets on the bet board anyway.
That's what we need right now. More draft bets on our draft board.
Yeah. I might be ready to make a run the table bet. Last time I did, they ran the table and won the division.
Well, we missed out. There was one open spot, and Chopin Bulldog beat us to it with Jets to make the playoffs for 2030. Great, so that's going to be up there forever.
Yeah.
You can just hog real estate like that for 6 years,
that's
5
tough.
years.
Yeah, we should clean stuff out in there. All right, 803-0550. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring here on WGR. We were talking about that earlier, the idea of trust with Coleman, and I don't think it's the kind of thing he can kind of get back in 3 days or even really 3 weeks. What they're going to want to see is, months, years of trust, presuming he's here for that. So I wonder, if your thought on McDermott, and, he, of course, is a football coach, and he also wants to help a young guy. Like, he's 22, he's young. I think a lot of people would understand that when you're that young, you might make mistakes. So McDermott could almost have 2 ideas here that I'd love to see him grow and become a better version of himself. But also, I coach a football team, and walking that line might be a tightrope.
Agreed. I think at this point right now, he's got to make decisions that are in the best interest of the football team, having it in mind, of course, with the young man in his career. But right now is not the time to. You're not going to put Keon Coleman ahead of the team at this point, right?
Yeah.
The team has to come first because there are so many guys who rely on him. Listen to the things that were said in the locker room after the game. Unfortunately, because we live in a society where this happens, guys, you all and many people heard the clip of Deion Dawkins and saw it, and it went viral of, well, Keon's got to grow up, time for pats on the back are over. Yes, he did say all that, but it also came well after he praised Keon Coleman for how, much they have his back. He's a great kid, and we're here for him, and, he knows everybody makes mistakes. We're all human. Like, what Deion said was not basically, going after Keon Coleman. He was really kind of backing him up and supporting Keon Coleman. At the same time, at the end said, hey, but he's got to do what he's got to do to be back here for us, and he knows that. And I think that's the approach from Sean McDermott, which is, hey, I'm going to support the kid. I'm going to help him out. But I have a football team to coach, and we got to get ready for a football game right now. And I got to make decisions that are in the best interest of this football team.
Well, Sal, let's get to the injury report and players we're watching. We know a number of players, of course, like get their bodies right. I'd said that earlier in the week when I saw some veterans missing practice. I thought, all right, McDermott in my ear saying I want vets to get healthy. Is it a little bit more, though, it appears, with some of these players? What are you looking at on the Barnes Firm injury report?
Yeah, so a few guys have not practiced at all this week due to injury, so I'm expecting they wouldn't be able to play, but we'll see today from Sean McDermott, and that includes tight end Dalton Kincaid, wide receiver McCole Hardman, who's dealing with the calf injury that we know of, and I was just about to say Fedarian Mathis, but actually he changed. Fedarian Mathis went from a no participation on Monday to limited on Tuesday. Curtis Samuel, though, is also another one. He did not participate for 2 days in a row, dealing with elbow and neck injuries. So you'd probably see that's trending towards him not being able to play. Khalil Shakir did not participate for a couple of days due to personal reasons, but I can report because his wife did post on social media they welcomed in their first child, a baby girl. So congratulations to him. So I would guess that he'd be available to play. It's not due to injury. The other guys, everybody else is pretty much limited except for Shaq Thompson has been a full participant, even though he's on the injury report. So we'll see where a lot of the limited guys go. The Bills held walkthroughs the first 2 days. Now, Monday was pretty much a true walkthrough, and there was no media watching or anything like that. Yesterday, McDermott said it'll be basically a walkthrough today. When there's a true walkthrough, the media can't really watch. We watched, so it wasn't a true walkthrough. But I will tell you, I think what he meant was, and what we saw was, it wasn't a full on, to the wall practice. You know what I mean? So I think they're trying to keep the guys' bodies as fresh as possible. So that being said, the reason I'm telling you that is yesterday's report is still an estimation of what it would have been if it were a full practice.
I enjoy playing against good players. I really do. That's why I play this game, to protect my quarterback against good players. That's what makes it fun. I tip my hat to them, to both of those guys, even the inside guys, right? Like Tim Settle is over there. Tim was here. Tim Time. We'll see Tim in 5-1 and 5-5 in a couple days, and we'll get after him.
Deion Dawkins, big challenge for him. A couple great defensive ends in Houston. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Wednesday. The game for the Bills tomorrow. Bills and Texans, which means you all get a chance to be poisoned by the thing I've noticed about Thursday Night Football.
Oh, Herb Street.
Herb Street. It's going to be on Channel 7.
He wasn't even bothering me, and then you pointed out the not ever letting a moment breathe thing, and now it's everything that drives me crazy, because now I'm looking for things, and I'm realizing more and more. I don't even think that's my number one complaint with him, that he just has to talk every second, and he can't let there be any dead air. The thing that annoys me more is I really don't think he follows the NFL.
Yeah.
or at least has not followed the NFL previous to doing this. Like, Al Michaels will be telling stories about, like, old NFL games or players, and I swear Herb Street looks like he's hearing all of this for the first time. It was 2 weeks ago, Michaels was telling about, like, the Super Bowl team, the Niners and Chargers, and Herb Street had no idea what he was talking about. Like, what? The Chargers played in this? He had no clue.
Maybe we'll do it. Here's what we'll do. We'll play a game tomorrow. We'll call it Herb Street Bingo, and it's just, will he name every starter?
Right, that's another thing he does.
On the opening drive. Here's the Texans. It's 2nd and 7.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, Jake Andrews, their center. All right, sure. Let's talk about the center. And Ed Ingram's having a heck of a year. Oh, okay. All right. Anyway.
I mean, he's the only part of the Amazon broadcast I don't like. Right? Isn't the rest of it awesome? The next-gen stats, the crew on the halftime show. I mean, I'd rather have Fitz maybe in the booth with Al Michaels.
Yeah, that might be better. Or Andrew Whitworth, too. Anyway, it's the game's going to be on Channel 7, and Matt Bove is going to join us tomorrow to remind everybody that it's not just on Prime. It is in the market. It's on Channel 7 as well.
Will you watch it on the Prime Vision cast?
No, probably not. I'll probably just watch it on Channel 7. But we'll see. Who knows? 803-0550. Also, quick note before we get back to your phone calls. Sabres tonight against the Flames at home. And hold on, I'm getting an urgent bulletin. They're calling it a must-win.
It's a must-win.
This is their 5th.
It's a must-win by 2.
It might be their 5th must-win of the season for us. Yeah. And I think their record in must-wins might be like 2-3 or 1-4. I don't know.
It's not a winning record.
But they're calling it a must-win.
It's the worst team in the league.
Check.
Playing on the road.
Okay.
Out east, right? Like
check.
Far from home.
Yeah, road trip.
They played last night.
All right, check.
And you're getting their backup goaltender.
Let's go. Must win. Calling it a must win.
You have to win that game. You have to win that game. You don't win this game, season's over. I believe that's the definition of a must win, isn't it? Although we seem to be really flirting with that definition.
Well, we'll just change it. We'll just change it where the next one, if you want to save your season, you must win. So that's what this here, right here. Right. Want to save this, must win. 803-0550. Tough in Buffalo. Hey, good morning. How are you? Welcome to the show.
Hey, good morning. How you guys doing?
We're good.
Morning.
Yeah, I just would like to say, I'm glad. I'm like the number one Bills fan. I'm glad they won and everything, but it seems like everybody's calling in. They're just overlooking that the defense play like straight trash, and I'm tired of that. Like every week is somebody. Now it's some guy named Tucker. Who is going to be next? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Listen,
like, they really need to change. I love the Bills, but that defense, I am so tired of. Even if it's the scheme or get greater players, like you got to go out and do. You got to do that for Josh Allen, man. He ain't going. You know what I'm saying? He's like a unicorn, so you got to surround him with the best, no matter what. You know what I mean? And last thing, I don't know if it's because I like the new defensive linemen, you know what I'm saying, or a couple of them. I'm just trying to see who is it that these guys are getting past. Like, is it the lineman, linebacker front? Like, what is it?
Thanks, Tough. So we're going to talk to Joe Marino at 8 o'clock about this. And his All-22 review, I know a lot of it was about second-level stuff. And the Bills with some conceptual stuff, the way teams are beating them. We'll make sure to dig into the run defense with Joe. I'm not here to erase Sean Tucker, who averaged 6.2 yards a carry last year.
Mm-hmm.
He played at Syracuse. He was a speedster. He was drafted. Did he go undrafted or was his 7th rounder?
I want to say undrafted.
Okay, there's a reason for that. Listen to me, going out of my way to stick up for Sean Tucker, but I will because he went to Syracuse. He has a heart condition. So he had a medical issue that tanked his draft stock. He's always been a pretty dynamic running back. He's very fast, and I've been stashing him in fantasy for moments like this. And by the way, if you're playing dynasty fantasy or any fantasy football, just between friends, if some running back is playing against the Bills, you put that running back in your lineup. I don't care if they're the third string guy, Kendre Miller.
Yep.
I mean, it's Woody Marks. Woody Marks is a must start this week. Like, if you get a running back against the Bills, you've got to start him in fantasy. Anyway,
I don't think it was a trash performance. I mean, it was 32 points. Did you feel like they played well against Kansas City defensively?
Yes.
They played well against Kansas City defensively? You want to know how many yards per play they allowed to Tampa? 5.4. You want to know how many they allowed to the Chiefs? 5.35.
Yeah.
It's the same game. It was just more possessions, more plays. The Bucs ran 70 plays.
Yeah.
So like they could run the ball. They could run it, and that is some level of a problem. But I think On this game, they made up for it by not letting Mayfield and Ibuka kill them.
And this is part of the transition I hope we see the Bills make. Like, I want a little bit more from, I don't know who's going to do this, and maybe we'll be the only show that does it. Points per drive, you're talking about yards per play. If I tell you the Bills defense gave up 30 points, is that a good day or not a good day? Your answer should be, I don't know. You can't be as simple as, yes, 28 is a good day or 28 is a bad day. How many drives were there? How many possessions were there in the game? Were there 10? Well, then 28 is 2.8 points per drive. That's actually, that's a above average number.
Right.
Were there 14? Oh, okay, now I'm at exactly 2 points per drive. So the number of possessions, the number of plays, the fact that the Bucs ran 70 plays.
Yeah, it was 68 to be exact, which was the most that anybody's ran against them all year. So, and why was part of that? The Bills
were scoring.
The Bills were scoring, and they were scoring fast with big explosive plays. So the defense had to be out there a little bit more often.
Right.
And that kind of goes to the debate that we've had over the years of, wow, is this why they've played slow? And to play, hey, your defense doesn't have to play as many plays because your offense isn't scoring as fast. If your offense takes longer, then I have to defend 68 plays. Maybe I'm going to defend, like against Kansas City, it was like 52.
And can your defensive-minded coach, which I don't know if McDermott loves that label, but we think of him that way. He comes from a defensive background. Is he okay to say, like, hey, your defense is going to give up 30 a game, and no one will give you credit for that? That's the thing. No one will give you credit if you hold the Chiefs to 28 and beat them 31-28. But the reality is, did you make 5 stops? Did you make your 4 stops?
Yeah.
Like
this game, it was 6.
6 stops.
Right. I think it was 4 punts and 2 turnovers. I think
6 is a good number.
Yeah.
The Broncos lead the league in punts forced per game with 6. 6 is like the best in the league at stops without turnovers.
Right.
Without traditional turnovers.
Now, again, though, that's Sean Tucker.
Right.
And the worry would be, all right, well, you made 6 stops against Sean Tucker on 68 plays, but if I have 68 plays against the Colts, is Jonathan Taylor going to run for 5 touchdowns like he's done against this team before?
Right. Fair. 803-0550, our phone number. More of your phone calls. Joe Marino on the All-22 review and a quick turnaround, of course, as it's Bills-Texans coming your way tomorrow night. We'll chat with you here on WGR. What I'm getting at, though, is this, Joe. What is the best-case scenario for Coleman? Right here, right now, if you want to say that's gets his head on straight, becomes a dynamic receiver. He's awesome. He stays. The Bills love him. His name's on the Wall of Fame. If you want to go that far, I think you can go that far. There's, the best case scenario. Then there's feasibly the best case scenario. And I think feasibly the best case scenario is he makes some plays, it looks better, and then in the offseason he has value and they move on from him. Because you have to ask yourself this. You've had these problems, and I wonder, the NFL is the ultimate league where it's just going to chew you up and spit you out.
Yeah.
You miss a couple meetings. Does Sean McDermott, when he thinks about Coleman, think, I'd love to see that young man grow, happy for him, that's great, but he's not going to be on my football team next year? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The amount of trust he would have to earn back, I believe, is so significant that I almost want to think it can't happen.
Right. There's not enough time.
And then you got to
between now and the start of the offseason,
right.
There's not enough time.
If you knew this about this player, that he's missed a bunch of meetings in college, I don't know if they knew that about him at Florida State. Would they draft him? Or would they just take him off the board?
Right.
Because the next stage for Coleman is going to be this. All right. He appears to show growth. It looks good. Now he's a player. Want to extend him? Ooh,
definitely not.
I don't know. Forget.
It's almost
you
like
could say skill set. You could say preparation. You could say maturity.
Yeah.
Again, for anyone who wants to call and say, I don't want to bury this kid. He's 22. I get that. I think that makes sense. Young, immature, whatever.
Yep.
Makes mistakes. Lots of stuff like that is fair to point out. But in this business, you're about to decide, should I give this player $50 million and commit to them long term? Teams are afraid of George Pickens. Right. And George Pickens is amazing.
Right.
And he got benched for a series. And I really wonder about the long-term future because I feel like it's that famous quote when someone shows you who they are, believe them, right?
Yeah.
And I just feel like the Bills might have already gotten to a point where they think like, okay, we'll get what we can out of this thing, and then we're going to get out of it. Bills Texans Thursday night. Can I give you a couple of notes on the other game of the week we're going to be the most keyed in on?
Mm-hmm.
The good news is you'll be able to take a positive outcome either way.
And that the Bills game isn't happening at the same time,
True.
so you can just really watch
And
this other game.
that's Colts Chiefs.
Yeah.
So there are two different outcomes. I don't think a tie is reasonable to predict. But
Correct.
let's silver lining each version of the game. It's at let me see where this game is being played. Oh, Arrowhead. Okay. Yeah. If the Chiefs win, hey, good news. Colts got knocked down a peg in the 1 seed race. That's a third loss for them. That's big. Good. Colts win. Chiefs go below 50% to make the playoffs. The Chiefs actually, I saw this, have the highest playoff leverage of any team in the NFL this week. Mm-hmm. No team has more to win or lose based on a win or loss in their playoff odds than the Chiefs. That's the good news. Do you want the bad news?
Sure.
Okay, here's some of the bad news. If they win, I also want to talk about this. Like if
the Chiefs win?
the Chiefs win,
Yeah.
they'll be declared back again, and there will be some reason to do that because I saw, among other things, that right now Jesse Newell had this of Chiefs reporter for The Athletic. He covers the Chiefs. Percentage of offensive drives that end in a score.
Okay.
The Chiefs, the last 3 seasons, 46%, they won the Super Bowl. 39%, they won the Super Bowl. 43%, they went to the Super Bowl. This year, they are at 49%. They are at the highest level of drives ending in points in the last 4 years. They are 9th in points per game. They are 4th in points per game allowed.
Right.
Good offense, good defense, and yet they are 5-5. Every advanced stat says the Chiefs are better than a 5-5 team. They are losing games by 1 score. It is the opposite of last year's team. Last year's team is, wow, they're definitely not this good. And this year's team is, wow, they're definitely not this bad. Yeah. My final question about this game, about Chiefs-Colts. If the Colts win, are they finally for real? Does anybody out there want to say, all right, listen, I had my doubts about the Colts. They went into Arrowhead and won. Are they real?
They do that.
Does it have to be a Daniel Jones game? Daniel Jones balls out 265 and 3 touchdowns. Are they real? Like, how do the Colts get the credit that they're still not getting?
I think if they just win the game.
Okay, any win.
That's my bar. It doesn't matter how it looks. They go to Arrowhead and beat the Chiefs. Yeah, I'm there.
Okay.
I'd be, because right now, like when we played this game early in the week, like, could you see them in the Super Bowl? I cannot see the Colts in the Super Bowl right now. There is a Daniel Jones block for me that's not letting me get there. But if they beat Kansas City in Kansas City, then I'm going to have to give it to them. In part because a little bit more, they're going to be doing a service to the conference by making it a lot harder for the biggest threat not to actually be in the dance.
Right.
Like the Colts will be improving their own Super Bowl odds by, we don't have to play the Chiefs.
Right. America's rooting for the Colts. The AFC is rooting for the Colts.
I mean, because really, like, Kansas City being that team that would go through, the funny thing about what they would have to endure in the playoffs if they get there on the road, they'll have to win 3 road playoff games. They'll have to win 3 games. They've only made it to 1 Super Bowl, winning 3 games.
The year they won here?
Yeah.
Against the Bills?
So they did do it the once. They beat the Dolphins, and they beat the Bills and the Ravens on the road. That's their most impressive path. Every other time they've gone to the Super Bowl, they've only had to win 2 games. And they were both at home.
Right.
Their paths have been Houston, Tennessee, Cleveland, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Buffalo. They lost at Cincinnati that year. Jacksonville, Cincinnati. And then last year was Houston and Buffalo. Like every year that they've made it,
they beat one good team.
They beat one good team, and it was often at home. This will be 3 all on the road, and if you're the 6 or the 7 seed, you might have to play 3 good teams.
One more thing I want to mention before we get to Joe Marino on the other side. So Timo Riska, Pro Football Focus. This makes sense. Like, listen, if you don't like the, projecting this and that and odds and that's fine. But one thing you can look at, it's just the way the NFL seeding system works. The easiest matchup to forecast early is the low division winner and the high wild card, right?
Yeah.
That's the 4-5. So which division is likely to have the worst record? Which division winner? That's the AFC North.
Yeah.
The West is going to they have got a 2-win team, a 2-loss team in Denver. Buffalo and New England, and then who am I missing? The South, Indianapolis.
South, Indy's got 2 losses.
Right.
Yeah.
The AFC North is a mess. And maybe Baltimore comes back and wins it. Anyway, he points out the most likely wild card matchups right now to forecast, the most likely matchup is Bills at Ravens.
Oh.
Because the Bills are the most likely to be the high wild card. My guess is the second most likely to be the high wild card is New England.
Right.
So
right.
He points out, he's like, I hope everyone's ready for a very Chiefs-y scenario where the Bills and Ravens fist fight in the first round and the Chiefs go to like New England, win, and then go to Indy. And their road is not Josh and Lamar. And Josh and Lamar are... And I'm just telling you, Joe, if that plays out, I will believe in the NFL being scripted.
That'll do it.
You have no idea how mad I'm going to be if the Chiefs find their way into the Super Bowl again. I'm going to be... I mean, I get mad every year. So boring. So go Colts. Go Colts. 803-0550, our phone number. Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast to chat with us about the run defense. And where are the issues stemming from and how sustainable was that offensive performance that they put out there against Tampa where they're ripping the ball all over the field. Joe Marino next, and more of your calls here on WGR.
I just wanted to follow up. You guys mentioned Josh Allen this year struggling on the scramble, and I think I'm probably one of every Bills fan that's standing on their feet yelling, somebody get open, somebody get open. So I was just kind of curious if you guys could follow up on that and kind of give your opinion as to why do you think it is that he's struggling so much this year with that scramble, not something we've really seen in past years. So I appreciate it. Again, appreciate you guys taking my call. I'll be flying up there next month to go to the Bengals game. So
nice.
Go Bills, and happy Thanksgiving.
Beautiful. Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, struggling against pressure has been a thing this year. He didn't against the Bucs. He did great against the Bucs. But, yeah, sack totals were up. And his quarterback rating against pressure was down almost 50 points. Like it's been a noticeable thing here. Like, hey man, how about this? Like, what's going on? Why can't the Bills beat pressure anymore? And that just kind of leads to more pressure. And if you're not beating it, more pressure, and on we go. There have been a couple different reasons why people have, the film folks would say, maybe receivers aren't getting open in the scramble drill, or he doesn't trust his receivers, or maybe there have been more effective blitzes getting home where there's breakdowns in the line, or he's not seeing something he should be seeing, or he's not taking the easy button, or the offensive coordinator didn't have answers schemed in the proper way. They weren't expecting a blitz when maybe they should be. So I don't know if there's any one answer to that, but I think the Tampa game is a great sign that maybe if Josh got his swagger back. What did Josh do in that game? He scrambled, he ran, he found targets on the move. Like he didn't do the double back, need 20 seconds. Like he rolled and found players.
Right.
So I think it's a matter of all of a sudden what you had was players that can separate outside the numbers, and that's going to be a part of it. But there's obviously a lot more.
Yeah. Under pressure this year, he has 4 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. Last year, he had 9 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. However, his completion percentage is higher. His yards per attempt is actually higher under pressure. It's one of those where I wonder if we are playing the results a little bit. It looks like his turnover, like the turnover-worthy plays versus how many are actually being picked off, he's having a higher percentage of those picked off this year than he did last year. Like last year, he was putting the ball in harm's way, but only 3 picks in that situation. So that's what I've thought of all year is that, the ball is getting turned over, and it's really hard for him when he's under pressure. We don't have answers. There are games that feel like are getting blown up just because of that simple fact. And that is not something that you're accustomed to with Allen, a quarterback. So why would it be happening? Other than the receivers, he's getting less athletic. Do we believe that that's happening yet?
The Bills gearing up for their matchup with the Houston Texans tomorrow night for Thursday Night Football. The injury report hasn't necessarily gotten any shorter on the limited participant front, with 11 players on the short week, and Mecole Hardman with a calf injury, Dalton Kincaid with a hamstring injury, Curtis Samuel dealing with an elbow and neck injury, along with Khalil Shakir for personal reasons, did not practice in yesterday's practice. For Houston, after being a limited participant in estimated practice report on Monday, Nico Collins with an ankle injury practiced in full yesterday. And Texans coach DeMeco Ryans said C.J. Stroud with a concussion will not play tomorrow night. Davis Mills will get the start. That's your Barnes Firm injury report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres get ready for their matchup with Calgary tonight with a 7:30 puck drop from KeyBank Center. They look to start a win streak after back-to-back wins against Detroit and Edmonton. And news on the injury front, Lindy Ruff provided an update on defenseman Michael Kesselring, who left the Sabres' 5-4 overtime victory in Detroit on Saturday early in the third period, saying he will be out for an extended period of time. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Tempo has calmed this defense down a little bit when it comes to violence. You have to get a first down, though. You can't do it to start a drive. Once you get a first down, I go tempo, okay? The second thing is Josh has to take off early in downs. This is a defense that it distributes in their pass coverage quickly. It's a zone, but they match. So what I'm saying is, like, yes, they have area responsibility, but you come near them, that's your guy. You got to take off as a runner quickly for Josh. And it may not be for 20, but 5 is a huge, huge, huge deal. And you remember this from last year, the Denver game. Denver, when they played them, just kept taking shots down at the safeties. They didn't hit many of them. They hit like 3, and it won them the game. You have to take shots at these safeties, and to win, you have to hit.
Dan Orlovsky on the matchup between the Bills and the Texans. The prescription is go ahead and take your deep shots. We'll talk about that and some other issues, of course, facing the Bills. This matchup, the game they just had against the Bucs. Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast joins us on the West Her Hotline. Joe, happy Wednesday. Happy day before the game. Short week, but we'll make do. Good to have you on today.
It's good to be on with you. These Thursday games, they come quick. I know it's a short week for the players and coaches, but for us, people that cover the team, it comes quick too.
It does indeed. It does. Let's look back at the Tampa game for a couple minutes and then on to this matchup. We had a caller earlier ask a burning question about the run defense. I know the offense is like the story of the day, but it's a day where Tampa runs all over the Bills. And for anybody that's worried about them, I think run defense would be at the top of the list of things that they have to find a way to fix. So when you watch this team play throughout the season, they've given up massive rushing performances to guys that we do know and guys that we don't know. What is the common thread that has led to the breakdowns in the Bills stopping the run?
Yeah, I think a lot of times, Jeremy, it's just that they're not very consistent with their run fits, and you get some displacement in defensive linemen, defensive tackles in particular, getting moved out of their gap. And, when you're a single gap defense, someone's out of their gap, you got a problem. You get creased, and, if your second and third levels aren't sound, you're going to get long runs. And I think generally that's probably the biggest issue against Tampa in particular. I thought it was less that and more just getting out-gapped and getting out-leveraged in the run game, where Tampa did a really good job of using motion and using pullers. And usually those would be conflicting ideas, where they would motion one way at the snap and then pull offensive linemen the other way. And whenever the motion happens, the Bills like to bump their backers and move them over a gap or a half a gap. And that's exactly what the Bucs wanted them to do. And so you get these linebackers going the wrong way with pullers coming the other way, and you got out-gapped multiple times, which was kind of a theme from the Dolphins game, where I thought that was probably more of a blend of, hey, people getting moved out of the way and getting out-gapped. But Tampa definitely did a good job of kind of using some of the Bills' rules against them and creating some really nice runways for Sean Tucker, who's got a lot of speed. So I think it was more scheme this time than it was just people getting rooted out of their gaps.
Do you feel like in some games it's scheme, in some games it's talent, and basically the Bills will have to try to find a way to cobble it together one way or the other each and every week?
Yeah, I'd say more times than not it's defensive linemen getting moved out of gaps. I would say mostly it's that, but now there's this motion layer to it the last couple of weeks that is kind of complicating some things. And I do think they have to overcome it with scheme. And here's the challenge with overcoming it with scheme. If you're wrong, boy, it becomes very problematic. And the Bills had a couple of situations against Tampa where they would run blitz or they'd overload to a side. And then, Tampa would check at the line and go to a weak side run or, flip the direction of the run. That's like, no matter what you do, you're just wrong. And when you don't have very firm defensive tackles against the run, this is kind of a challenge that you have. And you're supposed to be able to make up with that with some pass rush. And, well, they're not even using those guys to rush the passer. They're using Javon Solomon and Dorian Williams as their interior rushers on their most important run down or passing downs to get some pass rush. So it's not a good situation there when it comes to that defensive tackle group in general. And, the Bills have to try to overcome it the rest of the way.
Do you feel like we're heading back towards, Joe, a place where this defense used to live, which is constant complaints and constant, really, games like that where you get run on, but maybe the pass defense is starting to return to something that you can count on more game in and game out?
Yeah, I really like the direction of the coverage. I think they're covering a lot better. They're not zone spot dropping as much. They're matching. You're getting a lot more man against Tampa. They played a lot more cover one than they typically do, which was cool to see. And that's been a lot more connected on the back end. The problem is I think your pass rush is really slumping right now. Was pretty much non-existent the last 2 weeks, to be honest. I think their pressure rate's like 20%, which is really, really low. And you just kind of look at the dynamics of it. And Joey Bosa's trying to play on one hand, and it's obvious. And you're missing Oliver, you're missing Hoyt. And I think you're really going to need scheme, and you're going to need the young players like a Javon Solomon, like a TJ Sanders, and even a Deion Walker on passing downs to really elevate to kind of overcome, I think, what you're missing. And, the fact that Bosa's, he's really playing with one hand out there, and it's just not as effective. So they're going to need to figure that out. Obviously, Houston's a pretty ripe team with their offensive line issues to get something going. But, that right now this team has to overcome very inconsistent run defense and to me what's a very much a declining pass rush right now.
So on the back end, though, that one thing that is looking good, Joe, I feel like a football axiom is there's what you want to do and there's what you can do. Have the arrivals of Maxwell Hairston and, let's put Jordan Poyer on this list, but also Cole Bishop, have the Bills now put together a group back there that gives them the opportunity to do more of what they want to do as opposed to what they feel they're only allowed to get away with?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it, Jeremy. I think when you have Trey White as a every down player on the outside, and of course the limitations that Taylor Rapp had playing through that injury, you couldn't do as much, right? You could just hope to stay leveraged and make tackles. And now you can be a little bit more aggressive. You can be more deliberate with some of your disguises and trust guys to cover more real estate. You've got more man coverage potential for sure, especially with Hairston and Hancock on the field. So I think there's been some really nice developments there that's opened up the menu. I think that combined with Sean McDermott's impact with the play calling, I think there's been a pretty obvious, coming out of the bye, thinking about the Falcons and just how they were, finding anywhere they wanted to put Drake London, and, he's finding space and making catches. And really since then, Carolina, Kansas City, Miami, Tampa, those 4 games where we know that Sean McDermott was involved in the play calling, I think there's been a much more connected group. Not to mention you certainly do have those reinforcements of Hairston and Hancock, but also, not having Rapp out there as well. So you got rid of some of your limitations. You've expanded your menu, and it's a lot better with their coverage.
Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast here, joining us to talk about Bills Texans, also looking back on Bills Bucks a bit. Of course, the offensive side of the ball, Joe, the question is, can they just do that all the time? How different was it from a scheme standpoint, the kind of throws Allen took, or whether he was just a better, more decisive decision maker? It was. The joke around town, I feel like, is it looked like a Brian Daboll offense, right? That's what we remember them to be like, is a lot of receivers, finding space, throws down the field. How different was it that what Joe Brady and Josh Allen put on the field on Sunday?
Yeah, it's very, very different. And, we even had some conversations earlier this year where I said, it looks like the Bills try to just play offense in a very small box. And there's just a lot of bodies in small areas, and it's hard to really get space. And I think the spacing of the offense was as good as we've seen it this past week. There was obviously some intent with pushing the ball down the field. And, let's be honest, they were 1 of 4 on deep throws. And the one completion was a scramble drill to, Tyrell. Well, I wouldn't call it scramble. I'd call it out of structure to the throw to Tyrell Shavers. Then he misses Shakir and misses Hardman, and then there's the miscommunication on Curtis Samuel. The point being is just that threat certainly mattered a ton, where the spacing was a lot better. I think part of it is because of some intended deep throws. I think part of it's because of the involvement of the running backs in the passing game, albeit that those were schemed throws. I think it gave Tampa more to pay attention to, but I think ultimately not having Keon Coleman out there really helped, because I don't think he's got the right feel for the offense and space and scramble drill and, how to adjust and how to sit in zone and where to find that space when Josh is looking for guys to get open when things break down. I think that you really elevated that spot with Tyrell Shavers playing more, and of course with Gabe Davis playing some more, and I think that improved your spacing. So those 3 things, plus, Tampa blitzed 60% of the time. They're committing 5+ to rushing. That's going to give you a little bit more space on the back end as well, and it was nice to see the Bills finally able to take advantage of some of that.
How likely do you think it is that the receiving corps can keep giving them games like that? Shavers gave them a game. I listened to your all 22 breakdown a little bit, Joe, and there also was that play where Allen finds Cook for the touchdown, where Palmer is wide open. If he had to go to his next read, Palmer's going to score, and then we're talking about him a lot more this week. So between Palmer, Shavers, if Davis continues to get elevated here, how trustworthy, I guess, should that receiving corps be if they're the ones that are out there?
Well, I really, really like the way that it looks with Gabe Davis in the mix and Josh Palmer back and being available. Palmer's a really good route runner. It pops all over the tape, and I felt like they were about to bust out against Atlanta, and then of course he has been injured since halfway through that game, and so thinking that him getting stabilized as the route runner that can get those buckets, and then you kind of mix in some guys with some more space. I do like the potential here for where it can go. It's just, can they stay healthy? Can you get Kincaid back? I think there's a lot of room for this passing game to evolve in season, which is exciting. It needed to happen. And, I think that this group could certainly correct a lot of the frustrations that we've had earlier this year.
Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast. All right, Joe, so the Texans, the biggest challenge they present is doing what? Anything against this defense? It's a strong defense pretty much from front to back. We heard Dan Orlovsky on the clip leading in about the safeties, but let's get to the front of the defense. Spencer Brown, Deion Dawkins, they got to be on their game this week, eh?
Yeah, it's going to be a real heavyweight fight. I think the world of the Houston edge rushers, Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter, I think that's the best pair of edge rushers in the league. And, either one of them can dominate a one-on-one matchup at any point in time. They're awesome. And then I think they got the best pair of corners in the league too, and Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter. So it's a big assignment, to be able to be consistent moving the football, and nobody really is against Houston. And so I think you got to look at where you can find opportunities to be effective. I look at the interior of their defensive line. Tim Settle, Mario Edwards, Sheldon Rankins. Those are good penetration style players, but I don't think they're the most firm against the run. I think you've got an advantage with your interior offensive line. I think you need to be able to create some displacement in the run game and attack them with that. The Bills' run game's been in a little slump here. I don't know that we want to talk too much about it, but the last couple of weeks, the Bills have been held under 100 rushing yards, and it just hasn't been something that they can lean on. And so, can that wake up a little bit this week against Houston? I think they'll need it. I think you're going to want to, be opportunistic in the passing game. I think you're going to have to thread the needle a little bit more this week with some efficiency. And then, can you dial up some stuff down the field? And when it's there, you got to hit it. You can't leave stuff on the table here or leave it on the field against Houston. There's going to be rare opportunities, and when they're there, you got to take them. And I think ultimately the X factor is Josh Allen, the playmaker. I remember in 2020, it didn't matter how good the defense was. The Bills played great defenses every week. It didn't matter. That guy was going to score. He was going to figure it out. And I think you're going to need some of that this week against Houston. They're a great defense, but, I think that Josh Allen's the greatest playmaking quarterback that the league has right now. And so I'm excited to see what that looks like. And, see what this Bills defense can get done against, a pretty good backup quarterback in Davis Mills, but a backup quarterback nonetheless.
Is there anything that really scares you about the Houston offense other than, is Nico Collins the only answer here?
Nico Collins for sure. I think he's a heck of a player. I think he's one of those really dynamic vertical players, really good size, speed, and he just gets loose down the field. And, the Bills are pretty good at defending the deep ball. And, I don't necessarily feel like they don't have answers in Harrison or Benford. I think either one, you can make a case that they're good matchups. Harrison's got the speed, and, Benford's a physical player that would kind of profile well against Nico Collins. And I thought Benford had one of his best games of the year, right? He's kind of had a down year. I thought he played a lot better against Tampa. So it's a good test, but that's kind of the guy, right? He's a special receiver. Everything else is, kind of shaky about that Houston offense. And so, I'm curious to see what Buffalo can do defensively. Davis Mills really struggles when he comes off of his first read. Literally metrically about as bad as you can be. But he throws to his first read the second most of any quarterback in the league so far this year, right? A backup quarterback that's coming in and running the offense. If we could see that vintage, Sean McDermott defense that takes away that first read and forces quarterbacks to work deeper in the snap, I think that's going to help a ton. But this could be like a 20-13 type game or something like that. I'm not expecting a ton of points on Thursday night.
Joe, I know you watch and talk the rest of the league as well. Have a preliminary thought on Chiefs Colts?
Yeah, it's a good football game. I'm really interested to see, honestly, what Daniel Jones has. I think he's the X factor. There's been some shakiness to him the last couple of weeks with taking sacks and turning the ball over, and they've overcome some stuff, but it's really been Jonathan Taylor, and I think the Chiefs have a pretty good run defense, and so I kind of think the Chiefs are going to win. I just don't know about Daniel Jones in that type of a moment. I don't think that the Colts will just be able to ride Jonathan Taylor. So if the Colts win that game in a meaningful way, I think that'll tell me a lot about the Colts, but I'm a little bit concerned about some of the trajectory of Daniel Jones' season, and then, what they can hang their hat on against this Chiefs defense that I think matches up pretty well with them.
Joe Marino, Locked on Bills podcast. Find everything he does at thejoemarino.com. His Herd Mentality Substack, the L22 reviews, all that good stuff. Joe, thanks. We'll talk next week, and enjoy the game.
All right, guys. Thanks so much.
Joe Marino on the Western Hotline. Bills and Texans tomorrow night. I'm just being made aware that today is the anniversary of the Nathan Peterman 5-interception first half.
Yes, it is.
Which
the 8-year anniversary. It's been 8 years.
Will you admit that's one of your top 5 favorite days in Bills history?
Oh, it's unbelievable. Yes. You know what? Fine. Yes, I will. I'll admit it. It was hilarious.
It was amazing.
Come on. And it didn't end up costing them. In fact,
they made the playoffs.
I would go as far to say they don't make the playoffs if he doesn't have 5 interceptions in the first half of that game, because
he stays the starter.
If he had been anything that looked like an NFL quarterback, he stays in and they miss the playoffs.
So what you're saying is make sure you thank Nathan Peterman.
Thank you,
Nathan Peterman.
You should thank Nathan Peterman.
That's not I don't think that's a bad take.
Yeah.
He was so bad.
They had to pull him.
You had to go back to Tyrod.
So fast, too.
Who got the job done. The next week, they go to Kansas City and beat the Chiefs.
Yeah. I thought it was crazy when they turned to him, when they did. And then for him to have that half, I remember sitting out here in the newsroom while everyone's working the game, and we're all just looking at each other like, this isn't real, right? Another one?
Yeah.
5?
Listen, the first one wasn't his fault.
He didn't make it to the second half of his first start.
5 picks.
It was unbelievable. Yeah.
Now,
they made it.
As the guy says, I don't care about interceptions. 5.5, I'll give you. That's bad. That's bad. Yes.
Yeah. He was on pace for 10. I would have loved to see how many he got. That's the worst part.
What if you weren't allowed to pull?
What if he got to 10?
Let's get stupid. You are not allowed to pull players anymore.
Oh man, he would have thrown more. Right?
They would have started running the ball down 40.
They just wouldn't have attempted passes. What was the next game after he got pulled? I think they won it.
They won in Kansas City.
Okay, there you go.
Like 15-14. It was a low-scoring game.
That's what I mean. Like, I think if Peterman has 2 picks and they lose by 15 instead of 5 and they lose by whatever they lost by in that game.
Do they lose 3 more games and the drought keeps going?
Peterman plays the next week against the Chiefs, and do they win that game? They might not. And then maybe you miss the playoffs.
Robbie in North Carolina. Hey, Robbie, good morning.
Happy Peterman Day, boys. How we doing?
Good.
That's a good pull, boys. Good pull. Hey, first off, real honor to follow Joe Marino. I got nothing to say compared to that guy and his takes. So it's an honor to be on here, sharing the airwaves. So Corey, my barber, is cutting my hair the other day. He doesn't have good football takes at all, man. But he pulled one out that I was not thinking of. He says, how does a guy like Keon Coleman with the behavioral issues he has get into a Sean McDermott locker room? And I really had to stop and think about that for a second. I'm not a McDermott fan, right? So I'm sitting there going, yeah, McDermott really is. Think about McDermott. We can agree with this. He's a culture guy. He's an accountability guy. He's a man's man kind of guy, right? So what the hell is Brandon Beane doing when you've got red flags coming out of Florida State University? And by the way, the Cover One guys brought this back to memory yesterday or the day before. I don't know if you saw it.
I didn't.
But, yeah, look it up. It's on X. But the Cover One guys brought it back to mind. There were red flags, all kind of red flags of behavioral issues and him missing team meetings coming out of Florida State. That's your first-round pick. Those are the crown jewels that we can't give away for Jalen Waddle, but we can put a guy that's oil and water next to Sean McDermott on the team with those red flags. Love you guys. Help me make it make sense.
Yeah. Well, the thing I would say is, like, I think with any draft prospect, I mean, I don't remember these red flags. I'll take your word for it. I'll try to find the stuff the Cover One guys are posting.
Yeah.
A lot of college prospects are going to be imperfect players. And if it's a franchise quarterback, it's one thing. If it's a defensive tackle, it's another. If it's a corner, you are taking bets on guys. And I'm sure there are some guys that the Bills have drafted that maybe had something happen in college, missed a class, failed, whatever. Coach said he's no good. For instance, who was I just? There's a receiver, somebody in the league. Arizona, help me. Arizona State receiver in the league right now, doing well. His Tet McMillan.
Oh,
Arizona receiver.
Right.
So in the draft process, Tet McMillan was getting reviews from his own coach. Like, people were spreading teams, that he didn't love football. He didn't care enough.
Yeah.
And might that rear up in 3 years, 5 years? I don't know, but he's having a great rookie campaign. So, I don't know. I think it can be tough to kind of balance. You hear this, you hear that. Well, maybe he's a young kid. I think you're going to have to kind of deal with that stuff. Baker Mayfield ran from the cops and had a thing at Oklahoma, right? Mm-hmm. It's a big deal. You got to decide. All right, he's going to grow with us. He's going to help. He's going to continue to become maybe an adult. Do we think these are red flags, or are they just like non-starters?
Right.
It used to be if you smoked weed in college, like, oh, you got to drop this kid a lot.
Yeah.
Randy Moss dropped down the draft board because, or was it Warren Sapp? Warren Sapp. How'd Warren Sapp go late? Weed.
Yeah.
All right. Does the league care about that now? Maybe yes, but not as much because it's not illegal in certain spots. Right. So, like, I think it's a dance, and you got to kind of figure it out, and you're going to take your chances, and you're going to take your hits. I don't know. I mean, it's unfortunate for sure. I mean, the other red flags on Coleman would have been on the field, he doesn't separate. To me, that's the red flag I always remember, was this guy's not going to get open.
Right.
You don't get open in college, you're not going to get open in the NFL.
Really, we don't get to find out how close were they to pulling him off the field for performance reasons because of the meeting stuff. Gabe returning, is that a coincidence that Gabe was available for the first time right when Coleman was missing more meetings?
Well, McDermott was asked that question if he was going to play, who would not have played, and he didn't want to answer it.
Right.
So,
which
he was going to play.
He was going to play, but was he? Gabe was going to play. You're saying? Like
no,
Coleman.
Coleman was going to play. So who was going to?
But that's what I mean. How far away were we from he wasn't going to play?
We sure don't. You know.
Because he's not performing on the field, Josh doesn't trust him. There's no scramble drill stuff with him. Like, maybe he wasn't going to get an inactive, designation, but maybe he wasn't going to start anymore.
I bet it's Gabe wasn't going to play. But is there any chance it was like Shavers wasn't going to play?
No way. Special teams.
Yeah, I know. Just making sure.
Samuel. Maybe it was Samuel.
Maybe. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550.
Because what did Samuel really do in that game? It was just clear out routes?
Tons.
Yeah, so they could have had Coleman do that, or they could have had Gabe do that.
I don't think
they could have Gabe do that, and Coleman plays normal role.
I don't think you can have Coleman run clear out routes because you need two people to go with him, and two people don't follow Keon Coleman. It's always one.
Right.
Anyway, all right, 803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-550-2550. Joe's got trivia, more of your phone calls, and, whatever else comes our way. What can I tease for you? Oh, I know. We found out two things about the Christmas broadcasts. One in the NFL that I'm going to complain about, and one for the NBA that might make me tune in. That's next. Seth, we were talking about that earlier, the idea of trust with Coleman. And I don't think it's the kind of thing he can kind of get back in 3 days or even really 3 weeks. What they're going to want to see is, months, years of trust, presuming he's here for that. So I wonder, if your thought on McDermott and, he, of course, is a football coach and he also wants to help a young guy. Like, he's 22, he's young. I think a lot of people would understand that when you're that young, you might make mistakes. So McDermott could almost have two ideas here that I'd love to see him grow and become a better version of himself. But also, I coach a football team, and walking that line might be a tightrope.
Agreed. I think at this point right now, he's got to make decisions that are in the best interest of the football team, having it in mind, of course, with the young man in his career. But you're not going to put Keon Coleman ahead of the team at this point, right?
Yeah.
The team has to come first because there are so many guys who rely on him. Listen to the things that were said in the locker room after the game. Unfortunately, because we live in a society where this happens, guys, you all and many people heard the clip of Deion Dawkins and saw it, and it went viral of, well, Keon's got to grow up, time for pats on the back are over. Yes, he did say all that, but it also came well after he praised Keon Coleman for how, much they have his back. He's a great kid, and we're here for him, and, he knows everybody makes mistakes. We're all human. Like, what Deion said was not basically, going after Keon Coleman. He was really kind of backing him up and supporting Keon Coleman. At the same time, at the end said, hey, but he's got to do what he's got to do to be back here for us, and he knows that. And I think that's the approach from Sean McDermott, which is, hey, I'm going to support the kid. I'm going to help him out, but I have a football team to coach, and we got to get ready for a football game right now, and I got to make decisions that are in the best interest of this football team.
What I'm getting at, though, is this, Joe. What is the best case scenario for Coleman? Right here, right now, if you want to say gets his head on straight, becomes a dynamic receiver, he's awesome, he stays, the Bills love him, his name's on the Wall of Fame. If you want to go that far, I think you can go that far. There's, the best case scenario, then there's feasibly the best case scenario. And I think feasibly the best case scenario is he makes some plays, it looks better, and then in the offseason he has value and they move on from him. Because you have to ask yourself this. You've had these problems, and I wonder, the NFL is the ultimate league where it's just going to chew you up and spit you out.
Yeah.
You miss a couple meetings. Does Sean McDermott, when he thinks about Coleman, think, I'd love to see that young man grow, happy for him, that's great, but he's not going to be in my football team next year? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The amount of trust he would have to earn back, I believe, is so significant that I almost want to think it can't happen.
Right. There's not enough time.
And then you got to
between now and the start of the offseason,
right.
There's not enough time.
If you knew this about this player, that he's missed a bunch of meetings in college, I don't know if they knew that about him at Florida State, would they draft him? Or would they just take him off the board?
Right.
Because the next stage for Coleman is going to be this. All right. He appears to show growth. It looks good. Now he's a player. Want to extend him? Ooh,
definitely not.
I don't know. Forget.
It's almost
you
like
could say skill set. You could say preparation. You could say maturity.
Yeah.
Again, for anyone who wants to call and say, I don't want to bury this kid, he's 22. I get that. I think that makes sense. Young, immature, whatever.
Yep.
Makes mistakes. Lots of stuff like that is fair to point out. But in this business, you're about to decide, should I give this player $50 million and commit to them long term? Teams are afraid of George Pickens. Right. And George Pickens is amazing.
Right.
And he got benched for a series. And I really wonder about the long-term future because I feel like it's that famous quote when someone shows you who they are, believe them, right?
Yeah.
And I just feel like the Bills might have already gotten to a point where they think like, okay, we'll get what we can out of this thing, and then we're going to get out of it.
The Bills gearing up for their matchup with the Houston Texans tomorrow night for Thursday Night Football. Injury report hasn't necessarily gotten any shorter on the limited participant front, with 11 players still on the list on the short week. But Mecole Hardman with a calf injury, Dalton Kincaid, hamstring injury, Curtis Samuel, elbow and neck injury, and Khalil Shakir, for personal reasons, did not participate in yesterday's practice. For Houston, after being a limited participant in the estimated practice report for Monday, Nico Collins with an ankle injury practiced in full yesterday, and Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans said C.J. Stroud with a concussion will not play tomorrow night. Davis Mills will get the start. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres gearing up for their matchup with Calgary tonight, the 7:30 puck drop at KeyBank Center. They look to start a win streak after back-to-back wins against Detroit and Edmonton. And news on the injury front. Lindy Ruff provided an update on defensive Michael Kesselring, who left the Sabres 5-4 overtime victory over Detroit on Saturday early in the third period, saying he will be out for an extended period of time. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Peterman rolling and throwing off the hands of DeMarco and intercepted. Patrick DeMarco couldn't hold it. Corey Toomer has it. And down the sideline, he tight ropes. Corey Toomer.
Happy anniversary to the Peterman 5 interception game.
You know, the first one wasn't really his fault.
Agreed.
He threw it. I mean,
a little hot for the fullback.
He threw it. Actually, you know what? I take it back. But Pat DeMarco, the Bills' fullback, is standing 3 yards away, and he threw it like he was Ohtani.
Yeah.
I mean, how fast can I throw this football? Maybe it was a little his fault too.
803-0550 is our phone number. You can join us. Couple things I wanted to get to here. One, so the Disney broadcast of the NBA and the Netflix broadcast of Christmas Day.
Mm-hmm.
What am I going to complain about the Christmas Day broadcasts?
Someone that's on the broadcast that you don't like?
Yes.
There's a rules analyst on the broadcast.
Give Gene Steratore a day off. It's
Gene's
Christmas.
Working on Christmas.
Gene, take Christmas off.
Should he dress as the Grinch in this case?
Just take Christmas off, man.
No, Gene works on Christmas.
Meanwhile,
he's a grinder.
Quick aside.
We don't even know where Gene works from, right? Doesn't he work from home? You never see him. You only hear him. I think he works from home.
You're probably right.
I think he's got a command center in his basement.
He sits in his mom's basement and calls
he probably
in.
doesn't work in his mom's
That's
basement.
probably correct.
Isn't he like a lawyer?
Take a day off, Gene. And then Disney and ESPN are bringing back the basketball Dunk the Halls. It's Cavs Knicks and Dunk the Halls. Featuring iconic Disney characters, Mickey, Minnie, Donald, Daisy, Goofy, Pluto, Chip and Dale. They return to the sidelines. Part of the broadcast will feature Daisy Duck handling sideline reporting duties, including an interview with Adam Silver. Santa's elves reprise their roles as camera operators, and Santa will pilot the Skycam.
Okay. Do you have the game that's for in the NBA? Is it do you know who the two teams are that play? Spurs, Warriors.
The second game?
Yeah. What's the that they're doing the broadcast for?
That's Cavs Knicks.
Cavs Knicks.
Yep.
Okay. I will only watch NBA regular season if Wembanyama's playing.
There are Christmas Day you'll get Spurs Thunder at 2:30.
There we go.
There are five
into
NBA games on Christmas Day and 3 NFL games.
Adam Silver got really mad at Pat McAfee a couple weeks ago when he basically asked him how it feels for the NFL to have taken over Christmas Day. They still have their Christmas games.
The Christmas games in the NFL are Dallas, Washington.
Terrible.
Detroit, Minnesota.
Decent.
Denver, Kansas City.
Great. That's the night game?
That's the night game.
Good.
Yep. 8:03. Oh, all right. Our callers dropped off. I was gonna take some calls. 803-0550. If you want to jump in, we had a couple of people drop off. 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Bills and Texans. I really am over here thinking about. You remember Peter King used to have a column called 10 Things I Think I Think? That's what he used to write. 10 Things I Think I Think.
Okay.
And I've got a thing that I think I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think that I think If the Bills win tomorrow night, I think I'm going to pick them to run the table. You get by Houston, you're going to do it. I think.
Is it
they're going to run the table.
Because what? Because of the defense? Like, it would be a win over a backup quarterback.
Doesn't matter. If you win on the road on a short week against a defense that is that tough, I mean, is this my way of saying it's, to me, a scarier test than the Eagles? Okay.
Man, I don't know. I think they could win this game with 17 points.
That's true, but I think the offense that they had against the Bucs could return in almost every other game. If you can win this one, then what style can't you win? To me, we've been saying for a couple of weeks, I don't know if they can win if you can shut down their run game. Well, they beat the Bucs with the run game shut down. So, okay.
I'd like to see them do that more than one time, though.
I'm not picking it yet. I'm just saying I think I might pick that. We got to see what happens first.
I was going to say you're going to want to see the game first. If they run it and they slow play the game and it's kind of an ugly one because the Texans play a lot of those types of games and they win 20-13 and they don't really do anything impressive on offense.
I'll still feel good about it.
We'll feel good about it too. But to jump to they're going to win the rest of their games. They're going to beat the Eagles in a month because they scored 20 on the Texans and stopped Davis Mills.
I think I'm more worried about the Patriots than the Eagles.
I guess I don't really respect the Texans as that much of a threat.
Fair.
And that's really where my hesitation here is. Like, I don't think that's a very good football team.
The Texans held the Rams to 14 points. They held the Bucs with Evans and Godwin, everybody healthy, to 20.
Right.
Seattle, they gave up 27. You mentioned the Jaguars game. That's a goofy one because the Jags got like a punt return and a fumble recovery.
They started a drive on like the 10-yard line.
They held the Niners to 15.
Yep.
You know, like, wouldn't shock me at all.
But if that's around what you're getting and they win a super low-scoring game, like, what's my takeaway going to be? Like, it's the Texans' defense. And you beat them and they have a bad offense, but what is it? Again, like, they're not going to see a defense like that in the playoffs unless they play Denver.
Are they not going to be favored in every game they play?
The Bills?
Are they going to be underdogs in New England? That's a great question.
No, they'll be favored.
So they're going to be favored?
They'll be favored by like a 1.5.
Okay. They'll be favored in every game they play?
Yeah. They'll start that week, they'll favored against New England. I don't know if it'll end the week. I wonder like who people would bet on, but they'll be favored against New England.
That's going to be a huge game. That can't be Sunday 1 o'clock. They got to move it to at least 4 o'clock, right?
Well, remember we went over this a while ago.
Well,
and
4
I
o'clock's
think
available.
4 o'clock, but remember the Monday night flex idea is, I think, very strong.
Right.
Because the Monday night game that week is bad. I don't remember what it is, but it's a bad game.
Your 4 o'clock window that week is actually awesome.
Yeah.
So never mind.
Right.
Lions, Rams, Colts, Seahawks, Packers, Broncos.
What week is that again?
15.
Week 15 is Miami at Pittsburgh on Monday Night Football. I mean, that's the game you got to kick out of.
They should definitely swap that out and go Monday night.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. 803-0550. Butch on the east side before the break. Hey, Butch, good morning.
My brothers from another mother. I love both of you. I love WGR. I love MSG. And to the fans who listen and watch this beautiful show, I love each and every one of you. I'm going to get right to it. I'm going to start with the Keon Coleman comment first. Jay, it's like this. He's a young kid. He came in. He didn't actually get drafted here. We picked him. He didn't want to come here. I'm not saying he didn't want to come to our city, but the city brought him to our city. This team did. At the exact same time, they put him in a situation. We just got rid of Stephon Diggs, who was a superstar here. Gabe Davis left the same year. And all of a sudden, this guy comes in and then we put him in a savior position. At the exact same time, we had other young wide receivers that was in the same draft class as him. But at the same time, we brought him here. Now, unfortunately, we had an offensive coordinator who had him in the wrong position, and he didn't produce like we wanted him to do. So guess what? Scrutiny. At the same time, he's get disencouraged. Yeah, he's a young kid. He make mistakes. But at the same time, he's not doing this, Jay. See, Joe, you don't know. You might know, Joe, but Jeremy definitely know. He's not a Travis Henry over at the gas station messing with a little kid. He's not Dominic Hasek flipping cars. This kid has just missed a couple of meetings. But at the same time, scrutiny, we mean to scrutinize him and just make him into a bad person. Not saying you guys. I'm not saying myself either. I'm just talking about, period, everybody in the comments on social media. And some things are unfair. And don't get me wrong, some things are acceptable that you deserve. But I just think moving forward, it's just like Dorian Williams. if we're not going to use these players, and we got good players, and we're not going to use them based off coaching and put them in the right positions, as a football fan, I want to see them go somewhere so I can watch some progress. Now, if this kid can't, they're not going to move and put him in the right direction and put him in the right position. Fine, let him be next year, just like you guys said. We go ahead and move off of him. But far as putting him as a player or a person that's like a degenerate, I'm not even going to tolerate that. I'm bigger than that, Jay. You bigger than that, Joe. You bigger than that. And anybody else on social media, step up and be bigger than that. Because Buffalo, we the city of good neighbors. We represent, and we the Bills Mafia. We support our own. Whether they do right or do wrong, we scrutinize them, and then at the same time, we build them back up. But leaving that on the shelf real fast, and thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Butch. Thanks for the phone call. I don't think anybody here is talking about Coleman as a person. It's just, like I said to Sal, Sean McDermott's going to be walking a line here. I would love to, probably, would imagine he wants to see him grow, and the Bills like to say they like to help you be the best version of yourself. And, football teams, they sell themselves as families, and that's right. But you get on the wrong side of the family, and you're out of the family. End of story. Can't win with you, right? You're hurting my team. You're hurting our situation in here. So, Jim Manos, former director of player personnel around the league with the Saints and with the Bills, worked for the Bills for a while. We'll play the clip. On Tyler Dunn's podcast, they check in and they talk every once a week. And Manos said, I'd cut him. It'd be over. It'd already be over. Mm-hmm. He said Sean Payton would have sent a message. Sean Payton cut him. You're gone. Because of what that would say to the room. If you're here, you're taking it seriously. Otherwise, you're off this team. So, and that's, again, is that personal? No, it's football related. It's not, I think you're a mean person. It's you didn't make meetings. You're not doing the job. You're fired. So the Bills want to fire him. They fire guys every week.
If he was drafted anywhere behind the second round, he'd be gone.
The Bills fired Brandon Codrington 2 weeks ago. Now he's back on the practice squad.
If he were a third-round pick, would he have been cut?
I don't know about a third.
What about fourth? At some point, it's a yes, right?
Yeah.
Is it fourth? If he's anything, it's a day 3 pick. He's already off the team?
Maybe.
The only reason he's even still here is they picked him at the top of the second round. That's it. Nothing on the field, nothing off the field warrants him being on the football team right now.
Thanks, Butch, for the phone call. More of yours on the other side. We're going to check in with Nick Mendola because the U.S. soccer team beat a real country.
They did.
Real country?
Although that wasn't you didn't need to do that, apparently, to make this World Cup because I forgot there's 70 teams.
Yeah,
going.
Whatever. They beat a real country.
Uruguay.
I can't remember the last time that happened.
Unless, if you're not a soccer fan, is Uruguay a real country?
Well, yeah.
It is, but you know what I mean? How many people that aren't soccer fans know that Uruguay is a country?
An actual real soccer country?
Yeah, and could point it out on a map.
Well,
not many.
It's
a good soccer country.
It's one of the Guays.
One of the Guays.
Uruguay and Paraguay.
They won the first World Cup.
And they were in the semis in 2010.
Yes. Diego Forlan and Luis Suarez. I remember it.
They lost to the Netherlands.
Do you remember what they did in that game?
I remember that.
How they made it there?
How Uruguay got there?
Yeah.
No, I remember how they lost because
Ghana, after beating the U.S., had a shot to win it in stoppage time, and they were behind the keeper, and Suarez saved it with his hands.
Oh.
And he got a red card. He did it on purpose because they were about to lose. He gets kicked out, suspended for the next game. The guy misses the penalty kick, and Uruguay goes through.
Yeah, and Uruguay lost to the Netherlands, and the dude that scored the only goal in that game, it was a howler from deep.
Yeah, it's like that beating that team is like the U.S.'s best win in, I think, a while.
A long time.
Yeah.
Usually we celebrate a draw with a team that's like...
Hey, they drew Switzerland 0-0.
Right.
Throw a parade.
I'm checking on that. 803-0550. It's, of course, the day before a Bills game, as it always is on a Wednesday. Bills and Texans tomorrow night. You can hear the game here on WGR. Bills and Texans looks like it'll be.
It's gonna be Davis Mills.
It'll be Davis Mills.
I think there is way too much going on right now. It's better that Davis Mills is in the game than C.J. Stroud
for the Texans.
For the Texans, he was really good in the Jacksonville second half 2 weeks ago, where they roared back. They scored 36 on the Jags defense. They were down big in that game, but Looking through what a lot of last week was, like he was taking sacks, and they were not really moving the
Jeremy
ball
White here
that
for Riverfront
consistently
Auto
on
Sales,
offense.
1379
Like 16
Niagara Street
points,
in
a
Buffalo.
bunch
If
of
you're thinking
punts,
about
turnover
a
on
pre-owned
downs. They
vehicle,
didn't score a
well,
touchdown.
Riverfront can help you.
Against
And
Tennessee.
this month, Riverfront's
So,
offer is
I'm not saying he's
$500
terrible and that
off the
Stroud
sticker and
was
a $500
great,
grocery
but
gift card.
I
So,
do not think
load up.
that this was kind of what we were doing with Carolina, wasn't it?
When Dalton went in?
Dalton went in.
Yeah.
And it was,
he's more dangerous.
And that actually didn't end up coming to fruition anyway.
Not at all.
And I don't think this is going to be one of those cases. I'm not scared of Davis Mills in the slightest.
No, I saw one thing that Mills is doing well. So he went in the Bronco game? Or
yes, right, because Stroud went out immediately with a concussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then
he only threw... No, he did. He ended up throwing 30 passes in that game.
Yes.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that Davis Mills has done, and I saw this is more of a fantasy point, but again, like fantasy football is about scoring points, and offenses score points.
Yeah.
One thing Davis Mills has done is hooked up well with Nico Collins.
That he is doing.
If you have Nico Collins and you think, oh no, his starting quarterback is out, it's not been a problem. Since Davis Mills went in, 7 for 75, 7 for 136, 9 for 92, and a touchdown.
Right.
So he's getting...
Right, correction, by the way. They scored the one touchdown against Tennessee last week.
Yes.
Because it was Collins.
So he's getting his number one receiver going, and maybe it's as simple as that sometimes when you're the backup. Like, I'm just going to throw it to the guy that's awesome. Let me ask you this. Well, Sal, let's get to the injury report and players we're watching. We know a number of players, of course, like get their bodies right. I'd said that earlier in the week when I saw some veterans missing practice. I thought, all right, McDermott in my ear saying I want vets to get healthy. Is it a little bit more, though, it appears, with some of these players? What are you looking at on the Barnes Firm injury report?
Yeah, so a few guys have not practiced at all this week due to injury, so I'm expecting they wouldn't be able to play, but we'll see today from Sean McDermott, and that includes tight end Dalton Kincaid, wide receiver McCole Hardman, who's dealing with the calf injury that we know of, and I was just about to say Fedarian Mathis, but actually he changed. Fedarian Mathis went from a no participation on Monday to limited on Tuesday. Curtis Samuel, though, is also another one. He did not participate for 2 days in a row, dealing with elbow and neck injuries. So you'd probably see that's trending towards him not being able to play. Khalil Shakir did not participate for a couple of days due to personal reasons, but I can report because his wife did post on social media they welcomed in their first child, a baby girl. So congratulations to him. So I would guess that he'd be available to play. It's not due to injury. The other guys, everybody else is pretty much limited except for Shaq Thompson has been a full participant, even though he's on the injury report. So we'll see where a lot of the limited guys go. The Bills held walkthroughs the first 2 days. Now, Monday was pretty much a true walkthrough, and there was no media watching or anything like that. Yesterday, McDermott said it'll be basically a walkthrough today. When there's a true walkthrough, the media can't really watch. We watched, so it wasn't a true walkthrough. But I will tell you, I think what he meant was, and what we saw was, it wasn't a full on, to the wall practice. You know what I mean? So I think they're trying to keep the guys' bodies as fresh as possible. So that being said, the reason I'm telling you that is yesterday's report is still an estimation of what it would have been if it were a full practice.
Mike Tomlin asked about
What did he say?
If someone spits in your face, do what comes natural. It's basically saying, like, I'm not mad at Jalen Ramsey for punching that guy. He spit in his face. Go ahead, punch him. So anyway, 803-0550, good morning. Jeremy and Joe here on a sunny Wednesday. Bills play tomorrow against the Houston Texans. It'll be on Amazon Prime, of course, and locally on Channel 7. So I think I said Channel 9 earlier, which is in my own head ABC from when I grew up. It's Channel 7. Syracuse, ABC was Channel 9.
I can't tell you what Channel 9 was for me growing up.
In Syracuse, it was 3, 5, and 9. And here it's 2, 4, and 7. Yeah. So I'm
6 is Fox.
I'm just realizing now, earlier today, I think I said it's on Channel 9. It's on Channel 7.
I do remember a lot of what the channels were growing up. Like Nickelodeon was 44.
Yeah.
I always remember that.
Like
ESPN was 26.
I feel like for me, Nickelodeon might have been like 19. I don't remember.
TBS was always 23.
TBS
23 and 24. TBS and TNT.
So for a long time, TBS, where I grew up, was 4.
4.
Channel 4, which meant
TBS doesn't deserve that kind of real estate.
If you had, right, exactly. If you had a non-cable ready TV like Joe, like Grandpa tell you a story, back in the day, televisions used to have dials like radios.
Oh, I remember them.
And if I wanted to watch baseball at night, Channel 4. And I had Channel 4 in my room, and I watched the Braves a lot. So I was a Braves fan briefly because it's the games I got.
Right.
The Mets were on Channel 7, and they moved off it. The Cubs were in there for a while as well. Anyway, I had something I was going to mention. What on earth was it?
Is it Dan Orlovsky trying to claim the Bills' fatal flaws run defense? I'm just so ready for everybody to keep saying for months that their fatal flaws run defense, and then they're going to lose to the Chiefs who can't run it.
Well, they'll play the Ravens. That'll be a test. They might play the Colts. That'll be a test.
Those are the only two, though, right?
That's the two.
That's it. You afraid of R.J. Harvey? You afraid of Kamini Vidal? You afraid of Travis Etienne? You afraid of Travion Henderson?
I do think
part
of the lesson might be that it doesn't matter who it is, you're going to run well against the Bills. Right? Sean Tucker just did.
But even if you run well against the Bills, like if you can't pass it, I'm going to win the game.
Well, let's look at this season. They've lost 3 games.
Yes.
Was the run defense the primary reason they lost any of the 3 games? Go one by one. New England?
No.
No. Atlanta?
No.
They did get run on. But
the reason they lost was because they couldn't stop Drake London for an entire half.
And also because they couldn't
score.
They couldn't score.
Yeah.
And then Miami, did they lose because of the run game?
No, they lost because they had 0 points in the first half.
First 3 quarters.
First 3 quarters. No, right. The run game for Miami didn't really pop until the very end.
That's right. They're 7-3, and if you want to, I could maybe give you Atlanta 1 game.
Yeah, because Bijan was averaging 9 yards a carry.
That's pretty bad. And in that game,
although Algier went 10 for 32,
and in that game the Bills scored 14.
Right.
Like, miss me with. I'm with you.
If you score, they can't run it that many times.
Right.
That's the antidote.
It's always been the antidote. It's always been right there. 803-0550 to join us here on WGR.
Well, you guys mentioned Josh Allen this year struggling on the scramble, and I think I'm probably one of every Bills fan that's standing on their feet yelling, "Somebody get open! Somebody get open!" So I was just kind of curious if you guys could follow up on that and kind of give your opinion as to why do you think it is that he's struggling so much this year with that scramble? Not something we've really seen in past years. So I appreciate it again. Appreciate you guys taking my call. I'll be flying up there next month to go to the Bengals game. So
nice.
Go Bills, and happy Thanksgiving.
Beautiful. Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, struggling against pressure has been a thing this year. He didn't against the Bucs. He did great against the Bucs. But yeah, sack totals were up, and his quarterback rating against pressure was down almost 50 points. Like it's been a noticeable thing here. Like, hey man, how about this? Like, what's going on? Why can't the Bills beat pressure anymore? And that just kind of leads to more pressure. And if you're not beating it, more pressure, and on we go. There have been a couple different reasons why people have, the film folks would say, maybe receivers aren't getting open in the scramble drill, or he doesn't trust his receivers, or maybe there have been more effective blitzes getting home, not seeing something he should be seeing, or he's not taking the easy button, or the offensive coordinator didn't have answers schemed in the proper way. They weren't expecting a blitz when maybe they should be. So I don't know if there's any one answer to that, but I think the Tampa game is a great sign that maybe if Josh got his swagger back. What did Josh do in that game? He scrambled, he ran, he found targets on the move. Like he didn't do the double back, need 20 seconds. Like he rolled and found players.
Right.
So I think it's a matter of all of a sudden what you had was players that can separate outside the numbers, and that's going to be a part of it. But there's obviously a lot more.
Yeah. Under pressure this year, he has 4 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. Last year, he had 9 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. However, his completion percentage is higher. His yards per attempt is actually higher under pressure. It's one of those where I wonder if we are playing the results a little bit. It looks like his turnover, like the turnover-worthy plays versus how many are actually being picked off, are he's having a higher percentage of those picked off this year than he did last year. Like last year, he was putting the ball in harm's way, but only 3 picks in that situation. So that's what I've thought of all year is that, well, the ball is getting turned over, and it's really hard for him when he's under pressure. We don't have answers. There are games that feel like are getting blown up just because of that simple fact. And that is not something that you're accustomed to with Allen, a quarterback. So why would it be happening? Other than the receivers, he's getting less athletic. Do we believe that that's happening yet?
The Bills gearing up for their matchup against the Houston Texans tomorrow night, Thursday Night Football. The injury report hasn't gotten shorter on the limited participant front, with 11 players on the list. On the short week, and McCole Hardman with a calf injury, Dalton Kincaid, hamstring, Curtis Samuel with an elbow and neck injury, and Khalil Shakir, for personal reasons, did not practice in yesterday's practice. For Houston, after being a limited participant on the estimated practice report Monday, Nico Collins with an ankle injury practiced in full yesterday. And Texans coach D'Amico Ryans said C.J. Stroud with a concussion will not play tomorrow night. Davis Mills will get the start. That's your Barnes Firm Injury Report, brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured? For help, call 1-800-8-million. The Sabres gearing up for a matchup with Calgary tonight. 7:30 puck drop from KeyBank Center. They look to start a win streak after back-to-back wins against Detroit and Edmonton. News on the injury front, Lindy Ruff provided an update on Michael Kesselring, who left the Sabres 5-4 overtime victory over Detroit on Saturday early in the third period, saying that he will be out for an extended period of time. Sports Talk on WGR is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
They should just cut Keon Coleman.
Yeah, let's
I would
talk
seriously,
Keon.
they could cut him and it would be one of the ultimate messages sent, moving to your owner and telling, yeah, hey, look, we messed up. They just had their best. That game was so sick on offense. Watch it. They don't need Keon Coleman. That's against a real defense too. Tampa's a big time defense. Yeah. Were you at any point in that game, did you say, gosh, boy, if they had Keon Coleman, they might win this game? No. That's how you send messages.
Jim Manos with Tyler Dunn at golongtd.com. Strong take on what to do about Keon Coleman. He worked with Sean Payton in his NFL career, worked with the Saints, the Eagles, and the Bills over the years. And there's his comment from Tyler Dunn's latest conversation with Jim Manos.
Would they cut him if he was late again? Is he one away?
I don't know. It's a good question. It's a good question. We talked a bit about Coleman, what the best case scenario could be from here. They might need him. They might need him tomorrow night. If Curtis Samuel is a no-go and Michael Hardman's a no-go, like somebody's got to catch punch or somebody's got to catch kicks.
Yep. That'll probably be Codrington, I would imagine.
He's back on the practice squad, so they could elevate him and have him do it. Yep.
I just think he is now outranked by 3 outside wide receivers.
I would agree with that.
So if he plays, I would love to see him play a little bit in the slot. I don't know if they feel like he deserves that chance or if he's prepared for it. He hasn't done it much on the field. But that would be where I'd most want to see him. Before you cut him, maybe we just get a look at him in this role.
803-0550. I have a Twitter poll up. The Bills' best chance to win the division, obviously, is to run the table. Do you think they will do that? 3/4 say no. 76% no, 24% yes.
Okay.
Also, quickly, shout out the UB Bulls men's basketball team.
5-0.
A win over Vermont last night. First 5-0 start since Nate Oates' final season at the helm.
Yep.
And they are...
There's a win over DePaul in there.
Yeah,
which is
DePaul,
good.
Vermont, like a great start for UB. But been meaning to mention that earlier and just had not gotten to it yet. So shout out UB. Nice work.
Yeah.
Sabres play tonight. We're calling it a must-win.
A must-win. I'm seeing some playoff projection stuff that people are dropping right now. Dom Lucian from The Athletic, he has the Sabres right now projected to have a 33% chance to make the playoffs. And his projected point total for them live right now is 87. He does have them above the first-place Boston Bruins. But I think a lot of people are expecting the Bruins are going to crash down to earth at some point.
It's happening again, Joe.
Bruins at 12%.
Where a team that is not good is having fun. A couple years ago, Detroit did this. Detroit was not good and had fun.
Yes.
And here's Boston that's not good and having fun. Is Pittsburgh doing this right now too? Or are they
a little bit? They might be good.
Okay. Can I just be the team that's not good but has fun?
Right.
Give me that.
Yep.
Must win tonight against
Well,
Calgary.
how do those teams often do it?
Goaltending.
A goalie and a power play.
Right.
That's it. Get those two things. And when that's kind of part of it. Is that The simplest explanation for why the drought has existed, I know there's a million different things you could point to, is they've never had a year where they had the goalie and power play working at the same time.
I might be right.
Because you get those two things, that's like all you need. You could stink at 5-on-5 for an entire season. You will make the playoffs if you have a good power play and a good goalie.
Yeah, you get lucky. Yep. 803-0550, that's the phone number. Bills and Texans tomorrow. We'll have a Texans guest on tomorrow.
Yep. I do have some Texans trivia to get to at some point, too, if you want it later. Or now, whenever you want.
Let's get a couple calls in, and then I'm ready for this Texans trivia. Yeah, Marcus in South Carolina is up first, though. Hey, Marcus, good morning.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Morning. We're good.
So, I tell you what, I actually had to rewatch the Tampa Bay game. I had to work, so I didn't get a chance to watch the whole thing. And so I tell you what, I watched it yesterday, and what an amazing game. I mean, I tell you what, like that really brought things to me. I've been a Buffalo Bills fan for, 20 some odd years. And again, you know what, you have a huge loss against the Dolphins. And so then, you come in and you like really, handle it the next week. That's kind of like the way it goes with our team. But I tell you what, like a few things, again, that people talk about, right? Like, wide receivers and, like how well are they going to do? But I tell you what, I mean, there were a couple of clutch plays that I saw that were amazing and that I hope that I see moving forward. I also feel that, our ownership has really gone after, trying to closely mirror, the Kansas City Chiefs, right? And let's look on this year, right? I mean, last year they were able to, win, every single one of those like clutch games. And this year they haven't done it at all.
Can I ask you how they've mirrored the Chiefs?
In a fact that, trying to actually, I will say like wins and losses is what I'm saying.
Okay.
As a fan, right?
Sure.
So as a fan, wins and losses, right? I mean, last year they won all of their clutch games.
Close games, yeah.
And this year they haven't at all. And now they're almost out of it, right? And so like for us, you know what? The last 2 years that we have had, all right, we've actually, had a couple of hiccups here and there, all right, but we've always come out of it. So last year, how did we come out of it? So last year, the way we were able to come out of it is that there were actually some players that stepped up and did well, right? And for me, it was Hollins last year. This year, I don't know how we're going to do it, but I can tell you, going into that Tampa Bay game, all right, and to see how Gabe Davis was actually able to like kind of step up, the way he always does, and he has that relationship with Josh Allen. I mean, there were some catches that he just threw. Allen threw, and man, he was there. Just like off the line, boom, he got him. So things like that. I hope that I see that here in the future. I mean, we have a couple of, other clutch games that are going to come up. I'm interested to see how it ends up happening with the Steelers, right?
I don't. On one-score games, though, Marcus, the Chiefs were amazing at them last year, and they're bad at them this year. The Bills, if you remember, there was a year they were like 1-5 in one-score games. It was immediately after they were 11-0.
Yep.
Like the one-score game thing is generally like turnovers, and that it will regress one way or the other. What you're seeing from the Chiefs is a bad run of coin tosses, and the thing I like to say about one-score games is some teams are so good at one-score games they make them two-score games. And that's what the Bills have done for a long time. They only lose one-score games, and they win double-digit games. Like, if you are awesome, you rarely get blown out. So, the Bills actually this year have multiple double-digit losses. That's rare for them.
Mm-hmm.
So, I think if you're looking at the Chiefs in their one-score games, and what does it mean? It means they've had some rough luck. They probably should have beaten the Eagles, and they didn't. They've got a couple games in there they should have won. And will they be good enough to make the playoffs? Maybe, maybe not. Like, a team can miss because they lose too many one-score games, and a good team sits home while a team that's not as good gets in. So the moral of the story for me is two things. One, coin tosses. Two, it's always going to be you need players to make plays.
Mm-hmm.
That's why having as many good players as possible is, of course, great. You know, better players are more likely to make great plays. You want to find great players. You want to draft great players. Who wins the Super Bowl? A team with a lot of great players. And the Eagles have a ton of them. The Chiefs have 3 of the top 10 players in the league for the last 10 years in Mahomes, Kelsey, and Chris Jones.
Yeah.
Like, the Bills, if it's Cold Bishop that ends up being this, or Max Hairston, or, I mean, pick anybody. James Cook is a great player. Spencer Brown and Deion Dawkins are good to great players. Like, you're going to need great players to make great plays, and we were hoping Michael Hoyt was going to be that.
Yeah.
He's hurt.
The place I'd want to take that commentary is about a specific situation. And if you think about where the Bills were at the end of each of the last 2 years, and last year maybe more specifically, you're in at the end of a game in the playoffs. Maybe you're playing Kansas City, maybe you're playing somebody else, and you're throwing screen passes to Amari Cooper on 3rd down.
Yeah,
or the year before, it's Trent Sherfield dropping a pass down the field. I know Diggs did too. Where are you at right now in that equation? The GM said after the year, I'll take the ball down, even down, with in the ball in 17's hands at the end of a game. And I said I would not take that, but let's say that's the situation they're in. How do we feel about what they might put out there?
Better.
I think I do feel a little better. If I'm throwing Palmer out there, and I'm throwing Gabe out there, and I'm throwing Shakir, and maybe Kincaid's your tight end, and you're going 3 receivers, and he's the tight end, and that's my personnel for a drive, then I think you're in a better place than you were last January.
Here's the other thing about it, though, and I think this is really important, because do the Bills not call those final drives as if they must be the last drive? Both their losses to Kansas City. What do they really want to do there? They want to chew it up all the way, thread the needle, and kick or score late enough.
Other than Allen taking the shot to Shakir because he had Diggs open to continue to do what you were saying, and he chose not to do it.
That's right. But if he hits Shakir, that's still a 15-play drive.
Right.
It was a 16-play drive that went 50 yards and missed a kick. And then in Kansas...
Also, Diggs with the drop. If Diggs had caught it, they would have gone quick.
That's right. Sure.
Yeah.
But how often are they... To me, what I'm getting at is you feel better about the weapons. I feel better about the structure. I feel better about the way they used receivers in against Tampa than these orbit motions, tunnel screens. Like, I don't want to do that. And the point, like, think of the Ty Johnson play before the half. That scores a touchdown. That's a great play for the Bills. They did give 3 points back. It ends up only being a net gain of 4 because you scored too quickly and Tampa gets the ball back. And I know that Patrick Mahomes lives in everybody's head rent-free. If there are 42 seconds when you score that go-ahead score, you do not feel good about it. And there's reason to think that. The question is, this is where you'd want to build a great defense. Why do I actually want a great defense? For only those 48 seconds to 135. Make it so I can score that play, score on that drive, and think I'm going to get the stop. The way that the Chiefs got that stop against the Bills last year. They kicked the field goal.
And the year before.
That's right. They kicked the field goal to take a 3-point lead, turning it over to the defense. If the Bills kick a field goal to take a 3-point lead with the same amount of time left, you know what I think? I think that ball's in the end zone. So, like, I need my defense to make a couple plays during a game. I need them to get off the field in the key moment. And to me, that's the point where you're talking like fatal flaw. Oh, you got to stop the run. I might have to stop the run in October against Tampa. Do I have to stop the run with 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the road at Arrowhead to go to the Super Bowl? Nope. Probably not.
That's why I cannot listen to it's their fatal flaw.
Well, it's
because the biggest moments that everybody always wants to spend the whole off seasons on, which is right to do. Run defense doesn't come up.
No.
It doesn't come up.
They didn't run on you with 13 seconds left. You needed to
Right. When was the
stop the pass.
When was the last called run play in that game?
Good question.
Let's find that. That's the point I should be making all along.
There's probably
their fatal flaw in the 13 seconds. Well, because overtime.
Right. There was
an overtime.
We also probably shouldn't live as like that game is the norm. But
but even the last 2 years.
I know.
Like the Bills these drives at the end that are the most important, at least for them, you're not running the ball. And if you're up and you're trying to defend a team that's trying to beat you at the end, like a Kansas City or anybody else, you don't have to stop the run because they're not going to run it.
On their final drive in Kansas City last year, Ty Johnson ran for what, a yard?
Right, they tried to.
That final drive went 17 yards.
Right.
And you know what Kansas City had to do on that final drive? They did not have to stop the run. They had to stop the pass. Like, pass and stop the pass is always going to be it. I just think
they haven't had a season end because they couldn't stop the run.
Never.
Some would say Cincinnati.
I shouldn't say never. No, Cincinnati built the lead. They built the lead with the pass.
Exactly right. They milked clock when the Bills couldn't score with the run, but right, they built the lead with the pass.
And they scored 10.
What?
The Bills. If you score 10 points, you didn't lose because you can't stop the run. Put it on my tombstone. If you only scored 10, stopping the run wasn't your problem. Jim in Rochester before the break. Hey, Jim, good morning.
Hi, guys. Good morning.
Morning.
I appreciate everybody's opinion, but I do get annoyed with the Coleman stuff. He is an athlete who is learning how to play receiver. It's going to take a while. He's 6'3", 220. You're not going to find that. They're not going to cut him this year or next year or probably the year after that because he's really cheap and he's going to be good. I think people got to give him a chance, especially probably the 80% of people that don't know a ton about football.
What do you think the Bills think about him right now?
One more quick thing, guys.
What do you think the Bills think about him right now?
What's that?
I said, what do you think the Bills think about him right now?
The same thing I do.
Yeah? You think that people that think he's not good don't know football? Should we give him more time?
No,
Are we done?
I think we're done. I don't think the Bills think that.
No.
I think the Bills have been watching him like we have been.
Yeah.
And that's why I get to I'm not disappointed. Well, I guess it's an extra level of disappointment that he missed a meeting and that's how he exits the game. Is now we might not fully ever know how close were they. How close were they to saying we got to be done with this? It's not working, and that's for on the field reasons.
He can continue to have a career. He might have a career here with the Bills. He is not entitled to a career because he's 6'3" and 220
and was drafted in the
You
second
can't
round.
find that? Are you kidding me? You can find that a lot of places.
Well, Shaver's 6'4".
Sure. And also,
they have one.
The goal isn't just to be 6'3", 220. The goal is to be good.
Yeah.
What's Gabe Davis?
6'2".
6'2" and 220?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Give or take.
I've never thought about having a receiver only because of size. Factually, it's a trap. As I said, infactually, which means actually and in fact, and I think I like it.
That's definitely not a word, but it might be in the dictionary by the end of it.
Infactually. Yeah, we're going with it. Like, driving a receiver because he's big is never a good idea. Just like staying away because somebody's small is not a good idea. Teams stayed away from Tank Dell. They stayed away from Ladd McConkey. I don't like his size. Now, some stayed away from Worthy, who's not put up like massive wide receiver one numbers. He's not supposed to. Worthy was never supposed to be a receiver number one.
Mm-hmm.
He's supposed to be the guy out there that terrifies you, makes you scared. You're going to roll coverage his way and open things up. And, is he worth a first-round pick? Debatable. But, I don't know, like, we've had a couple calls today, people saying they're upset about the Keon Coleman hate. What hate? It's not hate to say, I don't think he's all that good, and he's got on the wrong side of the Buffalo Bills. The team is thinking it's not going well. He's going to be on the team the year after that and the year after that. All right, you're going to extend him? How much are they going to give him?
I do not think he'll be there.
I don't think so.
He's on the roster week 1 next season. I bet you right now he will not play in the new stadium as a Bill.
I was going to say, as a visitor. Listen, he will have an opportunity to turn it around. The question is, think about a relationship where you lose trust. I don't trust that person long term. We can still be friends, but I know now not to trust this person. If the Bills feel that way, which you could understand that they would, then he probably won't be extended. And if he's not going to be extended, now it becomes like, all right, do I want to hitch another season to this guy being one of the receivers in my room? He's not going to play special teams. I'm not going to be able to count on him to, give effort, to show up on time? These are legitimate football concerns that you don't have to pretend are hate. And if you're and Butch called in earlier about social media. If you're reading people online trashing him and his character on social media, you just don't have to do that. Like, you don't have to call us and say, I saw something online, somebody being mean. Like, okay, tell that person. We're not here to be mean. We're here to talk about the guy as a receiver, and he's left a lot to be desired. They talked about his maturity in the offseason, that they didn't think he came back from an injury with the right mindset. That happened last year. Suspension last year, suspension this year, suspension again this year. Talk about maturity, lack of production, no chemistry with the quarterback, limited route tree. Like, you can call it hate if you want. He doesn't have the right to just be on the team. If he earns his way back, great. You know who's earned the right to be on the team? Tyrell Shavers has earned the right to be on the team. So, I don't know. I've spent most of the time on Coleman saying I'm open to see how he can win because at the draft he was a polarizing prospect. And plenty of people that I do like and follow thought, I like this pick for the Bills. Benjamin Solak among them. Like, I like this pick for the Bills. He could be a good fit. He could be a good scramble drill guy with Josh Allen, an above-the-rim guy, and it just really has not materialized. So you don't have to stick with it. I don't think he ends up being the biggest bust in Bills history. I think it just ends up being like a bad fit. Looks like it's not working. And the best thing to do, if you want my opinion on this, I got a nice big board back here, is to say, let's just go in another direction. There's no reason you have to just keep going with this if it doesn't seem to be working. So there'll be some names on that board. We got lots of mock drafts to get to when the time comes. In the meantime, I do think he can be on the team. I do think he might play tomorrow now that they've got injuries. And last time he played in Houston, he made a play. So go out there, kid, make some plays, try to earn your team's trust back, and if they trade you, you learned a lesson. That'd be the hardest lesson. Like, all right, you balled out, you still got moved, because in this league, you're not going to get that benefit of the doubt. Don't take it from us, take it from, I saw there was a caller to the afternoon show asking them about this same kind of thing. I got Shannon Sharp and Chad Johnson, Ocho Cinco, all about Coleman, how he doesn't get it. I've got Steve Smith. These guys are guys that went through the battles, are some of the best to ever do it. If you don't have to listen to, the idiots on the radio, us, like here are the guys in the game and his team saying, you got to wake up, you got to get it. And it's not their job to wait for it. If it happens, great. But you don't have to call us and tell us, like, I'm tired of the hate. What hate? These are all, like, objective things that have happened in less than 2 years. Right? Like,
yeah.
I don't like talking bad about any individual and try not to ever do it, like, personally, but they need better out there. The league is onto it. Everybody knows it.
Yep.
All right. Thanks for the phone call, Jim. Sorry, your connection, we tried to talk with you, but you went away. So that's why I said should we give him more time. I wasn't sure if the connection was going to hold up.
By the way, the last 21 plays of regulation of the 13-second game were all pass plays.
21 consecutive plays.
Yeah, we're all pass plays.
Give me that game.
We're on defense.
By the way, Tim Settle revenge game tomorrow.
He's on the Texans?
Tim Settle revenge game.
Any other former Bills on the... Is Tywan Jones back on Houston?
Oh, man.
He was doing the back and forth Bills, the Texans for a while.
Tywan Jones was my first pick in the former Bill, former Texan, future Bill league.
Which was wild because I don't think he's played football in 4 years.
Okay, good. Other...
3 years.
Other former Bills over there. Future Bill Christian Kirk is over there. Don't forget about him.
Yep.
And beyond that, I don't see anybody name here.
All right.
No, Tim Settle and
future Bill Nico Collins plays for the Houston Texans. No, that's not going to happen.
He's your reserve. I still don't see anybody here. No. How about the practice squad?
I got one for you.
Yeah?
Quintez Cephas.
Okay.
Who spent
former Bill
a March on the Bills, or in April.
Quintez Cephas, who was another of the this receiver from Detroit. I mean, maybe he could be.
There was a week.
There was a Quintez Cephas week.
There was, and then they cut him like before minicamp started.
Former fifth-round pick out of Wisconsin.
Yep.
All right. 803-0550 to join us on WGR.
I just wanted to follow up. You guys mentioned Josh Allen this year struggling on the scramble, and I think I'm probably one of every Bills fan that's standing on their feet yelling, somebody get open, somebody get open. So I was just kind of curious if you guys could follow up on that and kind of give your opinion as to why do you think it is that he's struggling so much this year with that scramble, not something we've really seen in past years. So I appreciate it again. Appreciate you guys taking my call. I'll be flying up there next month to go to the Bengals game. So
nice.
Go Bills, and happy Thanksgiving.
Beautiful. Thanks, Jesse. Yeah, struggling against pressure has been a thing this year. He didn't against the Bucs. He did great against the Bucs. But yeah, sack totals were up, and his quarterback rating against pressure was down almost 50 points. Like it's been a noticeable thing here. Like, hey man, how about this? Like, what's going on? Why can't the Bills beat pressure anymore? And that just kind of leads to more pressure. And if you're not beating it, more pressure, and on we go. There have been a couple different reasons why people have, the film folks would say, maybe receivers aren't getting open in the scramble drill, or he doesn't trust his receivers, or maybe there have been more effective blitzes getting home where there's breakdowns in the line, or he's not seeing something he should be seeing, or he's not taking the easy button, or the offensive coordinator didn't have answers schemed in the proper way. They weren't expecting a blitz when maybe they should be. So I don't know if there's any one answer to that, but I think the Tampa game is a great sign that maybe if Josh got his swagger back. What did Josh do in that game? He scrambled, he ran, he found targets on the move. Like he didn't do the double back, need 20 seconds. Like he rolled and found players.
Right.
So I think it's a matter of all of a sudden what you had was players that can separate outside the numbers, and that's going to be a part of it. But there's obviously a lot more.
Yeah. Under pressure this year, he has 4 touchdowns and 6 interceptions. Last year, he had 9 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. However, his completion percentage is higher. His yards per attempt is actually higher. Under pressure, it's one of those where I wonder if we are playing the results a little bit. It looks like his turnover, like the turnover-worthy plays versus how many are actually being picked off, are he's having a higher percentage of those picked off this year than he did last year. Like last year, he was putting the ball in harm's way, but only 3 picks in that situation. So that's what I've thought of all year is that, the ball is getting turned over, and it's really hard for him when he's under pressure. We don't have answers. There are games that feel like are getting blown up just because of that simple fact. And that is not something that you're accustomed to with Allen, a quarterback. So why would it be happening? Other than the receivers, he's getting less athletic. Do we believe that that's happening yet?
Full practice.
Tolkien rolls it forward for Tillman. Tillman into the middle. It's Luna! It's 4! Diego Luna with the goal!
Diego Luna, is that who that was? I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Countdown to the World Cup. The World Cup starts in 204 days.
Yep.
And the Olympics
in the US.
The Winter Olympics are approaching too. Quick thing, I just found out a fun fact. You know how these sports leagues put the officers that do stuff are all former players?
Yeah.
George Peros and Brendan Shanahan for a time.
Yeah.
Do you know who the hearing officer is when you spit at an opponent and then you want a hearing about it? You want to file an appeal?
It's Bill Romanowski.
No, that would be the NHL.
That would be the NHL.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
No, it's
Vontez Perfect.
No.
Who is it?
It's not related to spitting at all, really, but just out of nowhere. Like the officer, the phrase used was officer here, that heard the case from Jamar Chase about the spitting. Jordy Nelson.
Jordy Nelson? Former Packers receiver Jordy Nelson?
That's his job. Jointly appointed by the NFL and the NFLPA, Jordy Nelson. Why not bring him on the broadcast? Let's bring in jointly appointed spitter reviewer, Jordy Nelson. Jordy, was there a second spitter here? Jordy Nelson. How about that? You got to love it. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe. Good Wednesday morning. I don't know what day of the week it is because the Bills play on Thursday. Anyway, Nick Mendola is on the Western Hotline because the U.S. men's soccer team won a game. Nick, I'm calling it against a real country, right? a real soccer country win, Nick. How many of those have we had lately?
Well, lately, actually, quite a few, and that's the exciting part. Yeah,
who are they? Let me decide if they're real soccer countries. Who'd they beat so far?
The other Guay. They beat Paraguay. All right.
Borderline.
They beat Japan.
Okay.
There you go. That's
you gotta give me that.
Okay.
They drew Ecuador, and then they beat Australia. Look, I remembered them all.
All right.
Yeah, they're looking all right, man, and this is exciting. This is honestly probably the most excited I've been about a men's national team going into a World Cup. Geez, back to 2010. Like, it's been a while. This is exciting, and it's at home, which has historically been great for host nations.
So they not exactly a new coach. When did Pochettino get the job? 2024? So it's
I think his 20th game was last night.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The start of it did not go well, right? Like, it's his job, take over for Greg Berhalter, take over, get this team on track for the World Cup. They're an automatic qualifier, so they're going to go, and you want the team to be as good as possible. So did it just take 10 to 15 games for things to start looking the way they should?
So I think there's two things here. One is that under Greg Berhalter, the team was, and this is not a knock against him, but the team was very satisfied, right? This was a player-first team. He had been basically removed from his position and then put back in because the players all liked him. So I think it took Pochettino some time to tell them, this is my show. Okay, like I've coached Chelsea, I've coached PSG. They're giving me a lot of money. I don't care who you are, including Christian Pulisic. I will decide how we're going to play, and we're going to figure this out together. And I think there's buy-in right now that has been helped because a lot of the big names have missed the past couple of months, whether through injuries or transfers or whatever. And now every single player is like, wow, I might not be on the 26-man team for the World Cup in my own country if I don't really show up right now.
So a win over Uruguay, and they look great, like scoring on set
Really
pieces. What about it is different?
What about it is different? Yeah, I mean, the depth right now. So usually you would look at a roster like this, which has happened before, right? Okay, you're going to play Paraguay and Uruguay, two teams that are going to the World Cup. Uruguay, who have been fantastic, and you're not going to have Christian Pulisic, Weston McKennie, Tyler Adams, Malik Tillman. Like, just, I think they were down Anthony Robinson. They were down 9 to 10 players who aren't just going to be on the World Cup roster, but you think have a good chance to start. So this is a heavy, more MLS players than usual, guys that we haven't seen in the shirt in a while, and they just went out there in a back three, which has been Pochettino's biggest change of late. And I mean, they scored, I think it was 3 goals in 20 minutes. They were up 4-1 at halftime. The goals were good. The center forward is contributing in the game against Paraguay. So it's just a team that you could have forgiven them had they lost these games. And even if they had
poor performances, and instead they're ending 2025. They won't play again until March, looking like a team that really no one wants to see drawn in their group, although technically they're pot one, so everyone wants to see them as a host. Like when the host gets in pot one, you want a host usually. But other than that, you don't want to see United States in your group right now.
Right. There's going to be an equation here, right? Isn't there, Nick, of figuring out, one, because of how they're playing and, the World Cup being in the U.S. and Canada and Mexico, but the expanded World Cup format and changes to that, like what will there be like a new expectation for what they should do? Because it felt like before it's get out of your group, win a game, and that's a pretty good result. Is that still going to be the case?
It's really difficult, Joe, because right now you have to judge it as in if they get a 4-team group that looks anything like it should with 48 teams, like Curacao has qualified for the first time.
Joe's already on about
Curacao.
that, looking at their strength of victory.
They beat like Bermuda twice to get in.
Yeah, smallest nation to ever qualify for a World Cup, although they held off Jamaica. It's impressive. So look, they should make it through, but I can say that every day for 200 and whatever the draw is in December. Sorry, I can say that every day for 2 weeks, and then they can still be drawn in a group with Italy, Japan, and somebody else great, and you can be like, wow, this is the quote unquote group of death. So it's hard to know until the group happens, because there still will be a group of death. Because with 48 teams, there are playoff teams that are expected to be in Pot 4. Pot 4 is usually the 8 to 12 worst teams who made the tournament.
Right. December 5th is when the draw will go. So I'm sure we'll talk right after that to find out whether or not they did get the group of death. Nick, when we talk about a run, Nick Mendola, by the way, of NBC Sports Soccer, former morning show producer, host at WGR, friend of the show, and all-around great guy. Nick, when you say a run, like the farthest they've been is what? They make the semis?
They made the quarters. They should have made the set. Well, sorry, should have. This is bitter stuff. If there was VAR in 2002, they might have taken Germany to extra time, and instead Germany got away with a handball and in the box, right? Like it was blocked off. Like if you ever want to watch it back, you'll be like, wow, how was that not caught? The guy slaps it out. But yeah, so that was that. They've emerged from the group stage, I think, twice since then, or 3 times. They got out with Berhalter, although it was dicey. So, I mean, the expectation here in a 48-team tournament at home, go back to 2002, although there was thoughts of maybe there was max fixing involved, and South Korea made a run in South Korea. There's something about being at home. There's talk right now that in March, like every country in the world for the March friendlies, wants to get some experience playing games in the U.S. So, like, there are rumors that Portugal and Belgium will be announced as soon as tomorrow as coming to the United States to play the U.S. So they're going to get tested. They're at home. They are seeded, right? They're in pot 1, which means they will dodge Canada, Mexico, and the top 9 other teams in the world. That's a great shout. That's a great situation to be in. No Brazil, no Argentina, no Germany. Those teams won't be in your group. So it's a tremendous opportunity.
Nick Mendola on the World Cup and the U.S. men's team, which beat Uruguay 5-1.
They did finish third in the 1930 World Cup, technically.
That's correct.
Although I was just reading about that. There were only 13 teams.
Okay.
There were supposed to be 14, but Egypt missed their ship.
Oh. I'll call Howard and see what that was like.
Yes.
I'll see what that was, how that went.
Yes.
Finally, Nick, it's the international break. The Premier League is going to get back to it. It's been a interesting year. It's the table's pretty jumbled up, right?
We have time to talk about the Premier League? Are we sure? I think we're late to break.
I'm just saying, like, I think
we're late to break.
Mid-table is a lot going on. Some are saying that Liverpool is as close to the relegation zone as the title. Some are saying that.
Yeah, I've heard that. More and more people are saying.
Yeah, they're noticing. They're noticing.
I think they're going to figure it out, and I think they're going to be fine. The most interesting thing happening right now is that you don't get a lot of big games coming out of the international break, and the North London derby is Sunday.
Yeah.
And while normally you'd really like this for Arsenal, they may be without Gabriel Magalhaes, their star center back. They may be out with Ricardo Calafiori,
months,
their
right?
Star left back.
Wait, Gabriel's out for months?
I thought I saw months.
It could. They're waiting upon scans, is what they call them over there.
From his international break. Yeah.
Yes, they're putting him on a fax machine or a copy machine, scanning him up. Yeah. So and There's questions about the entire left side of their back line against Tottenham.
He didn't know this, clearly.
I did not know this.
Well, international breaks in the middle of a season.
Yesterday.
If you're not tracking.
The report about
cool.
The report about him was yesterday. Listen, I mean,
sweet.
It's
fine
bad for me,
It's
Jeremy.
fine.
I took the leap. I took the leap and called Arsenal presumptive favorites this year, and now I'm like, can I say Man City? So we'll see what happens.
Cool.
I warned you. I said we don't have time to talk Premier League here, and you wanted to.
Yeah, it's
Here
cool.
you are.
Hey, a couple years ago, we lost the title because Saliba got hurt in a cup match, and now it's going to be Gabriel. All right, cool, great. Thanks, Nick. Thanks for that. Thank you.
Anytime, pal.
All right, love you, man.
Love you.
Nick Mandola. Nick Mandola on soccer. I did not know Gabriel was hurt. That is terrible.
He got
news.
hurt for his international team.
Arsenal has a
he's
rule.
out.
Arsenal has a rule. If a player comes back from an injury, another important player is required to leave.
Yeah.
Oh, Odegaard's back? Okay, all right. Who are we going to take? Gabriel. Sweet. Good stuff. They play Tottenham. Tottenham's in 5th. Man, you over there, Owen, 7th. Joe Kelly, you have a team here? We did Owen picks a team when Josh was producing. He's an Everton fan, so.
I don't have one now, no.
Oh, we got a free agent over here.
Mm-hmm. Sunderland's fun right now.
Don't join these other organizations. Man U's where you want.
I don't want anybody on this wagon.
You can't possibly
Swing,
tell someone they should join Man U.
Hey.
No, you definitely can't do that.
Yes, I can.
Let's just
Mendola did it for me.
Let's just pick a team for Joe, for Alt Joe here. Leeds. I don't know.
I'm going to always tell people Spurs. It's got to be Spurs.
Tottenham,
no.
I was
What
close
is
on
wrong
it.
with you
It's
guys?
got to be Spurs.
No.
Who's going to feel the best when they win someday?
Not Spurs. Spurs winning.
They've never won.
Right.
Therefore,
I'm
Spurs.
kind of tempted by
But
that.
also, I'm only choosing between teams that I think could actually win one day.
That have never won.
Right.
And there's probably.
It's just them.
It's right.
It's just that. I mean, Newcastle maybe because they're getting all the oil money now. But
This is Sunderland erasure right here. And Villa. What about Villa?
No.
All right, whatever. I'm very excited.
What's
for
the team Tom Brady owns? Pick them.
Oh, what does he own?
Birmingham or something?
Yeah, that's right. Birmingham
Something
FC.
like that, yeah.
All right.
You start yelling at him more for ruining the Raiders, right? Wasn't it his decision to bring in Pete Carroll and Geno Smith and run it back with the Seahawks? And now they're terrible, the worst team in the league.
They have Tyler Lockett, too.
Also, they have not won a game since he got caught in the booth with Chip Kelly. He got caught cheating, and he hasn't won a game since.
Karma finally caught up.
Just saying. They might have only won against New England earlier in the year and other teams because Brady was cheating.
I did see some other news, by the way, about Brady. What was it?
Not that he cloned his dog.
No, not that he cloned his dog.
Because that was in the news.
I
don't know.
Do you want this? I got from yesterday. Tom Brady breaks down his controversial NFL power rankings. Okay. Do I want to bite? Do I want to take this bait of Tom Brady telling us who the best teams are? He has the best team in football is the Eagles. All right, what's his real problem here? He has the Patriots ahead of the Bills. Patriots 4, Bills 5. I'm pretty sure Tom Brady's power rankings are just the standings.
Not surprising at all.
He did one of those. The Chiefs are 10th. I think that's fine. All right, whatever. Extendo Sports coming up. You know, Seth, we were talking about that earlier, the idea of trust with Coleman. And I don't think it's the kind of thing he can kind of get back in 3 days or even really 3 weeks. What they're going to want to see is, months, years of trust, presuming he's here for that. So I wonder, if your thought on McDermott and, he, of course, is a football coach and he also wants to help a young guy. Like he's 22, he's young. I think a lot of people would understand that when you're that young, you might make mistakes. So McDermott could almost have two ideas here that I'd love to see him grow and become a better version of himself. But also, I coach a football team, and walking that line might be a tightrope.
Agreed. I think at this point right now, he's got to make decisions that are in the best interest of the football team, having it in mind, of course, with the young man in his career. But right now is not the time to, you're not going to put Keon Coleman ahead of the team at this point, right?
Yeah.
The team has to come first because there are so many guys who rely on him. Listen to the things that were said in the locker room after the game. Unfortunately, because we live in a society where this happens, guys, you all and many people heard the clip of Deion Dawkins and saw it, and it went viral of, well, Keon's got to grow up, time for pats on the back are over. Yes, he did say all that. but it also came well after he praised Keon Coleman for how, much they have his back. He's a great kid, and we're here for him. And, he knows everybody makes mistakes. We're all human. Like, what Deion said was not basically, going after Keon Coleman. He was really kind of backing him up and supporting Keon Coleman. At the same time, at the end said, hey, but, he's got to do what he's got to do to be back here for us, and he knows that. And I think that's the approach from Sean McDermott, which is, hey, I'm going to support the kid. I'm going to help him out. But I have a football team to coach, and we got to get ready for a football game right now, and I got to make decisions that are in the best interest of this football team.
Bills win the division. Which reason is it? Is it because the Bills run the table? Or is it because the Patriots suffer a loss that they shouldn't? Because is that the shortest way to say it?
Yes. Because one of the two, it's got to be one of the two.
If the Bills lose one game anywhere, then the Patriots, well, I guess it depends. If you lose to the Bills as their one, you still need them to lose to Baltimore, and the Bills have to run the table.
Right.
If they lose to someone else and beat the Bills, it's basically over. Like I guess, what part of it do you feel like is most likely to happen? Will the Bills hold up their end of it?
Yeah, I think it's really tough to expect them to go the rest of the way and win every game. I mean, they don't play the toughest schedule in the world, but you got Philly in there, you got New England in there. Houston's defense is really good. Pittsburgh leads the league in points off turnovers. Like, they'll get some stupid play that goes their way. So I think that I think they could do it, but I'd be really, really surprised. The Tampa game gives me a lot of confidence, but this team this year has looked like a team, and they have done this, that can drop a stupid game.
Yeah.
Let alone
they've got two of those.
You find a way to lose to Philly. That happens to a lot of people. You lose at New England with the Patriots having a bye. Like, that wouldn't be the most stunning thing in the world. So to me, even though I don't know that they're going to do it, I think the New England part of it's more likely. They let you back in. And it's, the defense, or it's, their run game actually isn't that great, or maybe they get one too many injuries that they can't overcome because they're not as deep of a roster. I think the New England part is more likely. Like, could they lose to the Giants next week on Monday Night Football? That could happen.
Could
they lose to Miami in the final game of the season? I think that could actually happen. So there's a couple. I don't think they can lose to the Jets, and I don't really feel like they can lose to the Bengals. But could they lose one of those other two, Giants and Dolphins? I feel like yes.
All right, we're in, we're out. Sabres tonight against the Flames. I learned moments ago it's a 7:30/7:40 face-off.
7:40.
Ouch. All right, that's fine. I got golf league, so I'll be up. Sabres Flames must win.
I think they're going to win tonight.
Calling it a must win. America has noticed it. Flames in, they're the worst team in hockey on a back-to-back, playing their backup goalie. Owen did say he's good, though.
Devin Cooley revenge game.
Former Amherst?
Yes. Right. Kevin Adams traded him to the Sharks for a 7th-round pick.
Yeah, he's been playing real well for them. Wolf's their guy. He's really good, but Cooley's been good so far.
You could trade a 7th-round pick for an empty jar of mayonnaise. It's just like a mason jar. Here, I'll give you a mason jar for a 7th round pick. Anyway,
all right, we got to find who they picked though. Before I'm just kidding.
Oh, I'm excited. Somebody that showed up at prospects camp. Not that I'm mad about Devin Cooley being gone. Unless he goalies the Sabres tonight. All right, North Down Automotive Extra Point Show. Coming up, you will hear from head coach Sean McDermott in this show. Sal's, of course, on his way to Houston. Zach's got the show, but you're going to hear from head coach Sean McDermott, as is normally the case on Fridays. That's coming up in the next show here on WGR.